and I looked at you and I said, because it's reversed.
Yeah.
It's reversed.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Lean back, babes. Let me see how your picture is. There you go. Now it's lined up. Now it's lined up.
Ooh.
Look at my knees. Oh my goodness.
Why? It's big.
Big ass knees.
Big.
Look like fat stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
when somebody jumps on here, I wonder if it's even utters one person.
No, that's this.
That's us.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Ada nanti.
We're gonna
Okay,
do the test.
ito.
Is a microphone on?
Yeah. You turn on the volume, try it.
And you know what? We got these wireless mics out.
Yep. Yeah. You turn on the volume, try it.
And you know what? We got these wireless mics out.
Yep. Yeah. You turn on the
You
volume.
think we need those wireless microphones next?
Bro?
You
Yeah.
think we need those?
Yep.
Alright. Well, what are you waiting for, Christmas? Are you gonna do a test comment?
Yep.
I know what it is. We're here, how many hours early New York time? 2?
2 hours.
Yeah. Because we said 7, which would make it 6. Oh my God. 7, which would make it 6. So it does work.
6 a.m.
How do
6
you-
p.m.
See if you could click on that and then you put it where it says Bobby's Angels. You could put that on the bottom. See what I'm saying? You know how when you're watching a live stream on StreamYard, how the questions appear on the bottom?
Here?
Yeah, on the
No,
bottom.
bottom.
Down there.
You're going to click.
And I think you click on that comment, Bobby's Angels. Right, there's 3 dots.
Show.
Yeah, show. There you go.
Yeah.
So,
If you're going to click that, you're going to answer the question.
Yeah.
If someone made a comment, you're going to click.
the ones that we're gonna answer, if somebody starts saying like, I wanna give Nick's a baby or something, or they just keep at it, we'll put them in a timeout, because I want trolls to be on the channel. I want a lot of trolls, that way. That always drama, controversy, but if they say something nasty to you or they're done. I'll block them. I might even say something crazy. You know what I just realized?
Yeah.
People could go back and watch this.
Yep.
So I gotta
After this live stream,
So
we're going to
I gotta watch what I'm saying right now.
we're going to upload.
All right, let me act professional. It's like 1,000 degrees in here. The bedroom's cool, but it is not cool in here. It's super hot.
3.
There's 3 people watching.
Yeah. 3.
Tell them to ask some questions.
Hey everyone, you can ask, ladies and gentlemen, you can ask a question to us, just comment, and yeah, we're going to answer your question. All 4 viewers.
How's everybody doing out there? It is, what time is it, 7:12. My goodness. And then somehow the calculations were wrong. It's 13 hours difference, New York City time, East Coast of the United States, Eastern Standard Time. So I don't know how we got it mixed up. So everybody thinks that the vlog starts at
Hey Bobby.
at 8.
I'm going to
Hey, Bob, what is this?
Yeah.
Sean A. Hey, Bobby and ladies. Yeah, we're doing good. It's a little early in the morning.
Yeah.
It's partly cloudy out, a little bit hazy. We got this big, I would say a picture window and then two smaller pop-out windows and then a lanai balcony or porch door, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, we're doing good.
6.
How you doing, Sean? What state are you in? I'm just curious. And Sean, are you planning coming to the Philippines or have you already been here? Or do you have a girlfriend here or a wife? I'm good, Bobby. I'm in Georgia. My uncle used to live in Marietta, Georgia. I spent a couple summers down there. And Georgia's nice. It's a little humid, but I'll tell you what, the humidity in the Philippines is just, it's on a whole nother level. I mean, I had this accident and everything. I used to be in super good shape. It's like hard to breathe. It gets that humid. More humid than Louisiana, Florida, places like that. Georgia gets pretty humid.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Paris, Tom.
Next.
That's for Nick's.
Next.
Nick's in my island drink.
Yeah. You share that to your...
What?
You share that to your channel.
Oh, yeah. Where's the phone?
Paris time?
Wow, Paris. And he did military time. So it's is that 14 minutes after midnight? Wow.
Ooh.
Paris. That's by the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
You got a secret admirer
Oh.
over there in Paris. There's your inn. Nixie said she wants to come visit. My goodness. Me and my bad habits, chewing tobacco at 7 a.m. It doesn't say Bobby's and Angels, it's Bobby's Angels, so there you go.
Yeah. You can...
You guys can ask some questions. Ask me any question, I'm not shy. My sister-in-law and my wife, they're a little bit shy.
Yeah.
They're getting better though.
Read po.
Here.
You read next.
Wait.
I'll share this to next.
I'm not your typical viewer. I'm happy married for 25 years. I'm just fascinated about learning about the Philippines, so I watch several channels from Sean.
Sean, can I ask you a question? Have you been to the Philippines yet? Because if he hasn't, he definitely needs to check it out. Happily married. Let me see the... Oh, sure, I'll post.
You want to read?
Yeah.
Read.
Yeah, Philippines is it's like you're on a different planet when you're over here. Boston.
Boston.
Boston in the house. Not from South Boston by any chance, are you? I'm a new viewer.
Whoa.
How do you say that? Cat person.
Cat person.
Welcome, cat person.
Yeah.
Thank you for subscribing. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, here.
Boston. Some iron worker friends from Boston. How's this sound, ladies and gentlemen? Is this sound good? Can you hear us okay? And how's the video picture? Is it clear? No, I've never been. I actually came across the Philippines channels when I was researching the best places to retire and got hooked on watching. Yeah, that's what I did. I met my wife on Facebook about 4 years ago have always been fascinated with the Philippines. I signed up for the military, for the Navy, the delayed entry program in high school. I signed up when I was 16. I brought the paperwork home. Mom took one look at it and said, I'm not signing that. So I took it, my mom and dad were divorced when I was 5, so I took it to my father's house, and he couldn't wait to sign it, but he was kind of irritated. He's like, oh, Navy, huh? I said, yeah, I don't want to be a jarhead or Marine. Marines are, all the services are good. I'm 48, so many years from retirement. But I'm like, oh yeah. Now, it's always good to plan ahead, for sure, Sean, definitely. Gotta have a plan. What's the one saying I like? The 6 P's? Prior, planning, prevents, piss, poor performance. The 6 P's. Yeah, gotta have a plan. Always have a plan A, B, C, A through L, M through Z, just in case the original plan doesn't work out. So, cat person, what part of Boston? I'm curious. Sean, this is a good place to retire. I don't think the US dollar is going to remain strong for much longer. I think it's going to reverse. The US dollar value is going to go down, and then the stock market will start going back up. The feds are raising the interest rates. It's everything. You already know that everything is just out of whack. It's total chaos. They're doing stuff that hasn't really been done before. But yeah, what did it get up to? 59
Here.
pesos per US dollar?
Um,
That's crazy good exchange rate.
I don't know, maybe. No, it's 57.
It came down. I think
Yeah.
it's going to come down to like the high 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby, are you retired? How old are you? I'm 56 years old, and I had an accident. I fell off a building from the 6th floor, broke my back. I got 2 rods from about 4 inches below my belly button to my collarbone on each side of my spine, and then 28 bolts that go all the way through, 14 vertebrae. So I guess you would call that like fused. Basically looks like a ladder from here down to about here. And the feeling is right about here where it feels like your leg, you know, when your legs are asleep, get that tingling feeling. I got the tingling feeling right about here. I'm just glad to be alive. I thank God every day, because most people wouldn't make it from a 6, dropping down without a parachute from the 6th floor. Landed on an overhang roof, the entrance and the exit coming out, the peak of the roof, shattered. I think it's T11 took most of the impact, and then 2 or 3 vertebrae on top, and my tailbone basically disintegrated. They had to wrap, they picked out all the pieces. I think it was 16 and a half hours of surgery. Picked out all the loose pieces, and then there was a lot of bleeding going on. I turned purple, like a dark purple color, because I had all the blood in your spine. If you ever go fishing, you cut a fish open and the blood inside the spine is like a really dark color. And I turned like a purple, black color, and the police were, I'm laying on a roof, and they're standing there with their mouths open, and they're like, just keep talking to us, Bobby. I said, why are you guys staring at me like that? And they wouldn't answer me. But then when I saw the pictures in the newspaper, I was color of the shirt. It was crazy. I thank God every day. And then I met my wife, Angel number 1, my cool sister-in-law, and she's like my daughter. Got to keep an eye on her. She's doing good in school. Comes right home from school, bam, and cracks the books. I can't even tell him. Nix lives with us. I can't even tell she's here. I'm yelling from the bedroom. Would you make some noise? Make a disturbance. Do something. Just yell, turn the music loud, do something. Super quiet. You already know, Sean, Filipinos are pretty quiet people. They're low key. They don't like confrontation at all. You start yelling or freak out over here. That's what I'm learning, that patience. What do they say, patience is a virtue?
Virtue.
I think there's a new comment.
Yeah, there's a couple new
There's a new
comments. What's going
comments.
on in the comments? Anybody retired? No, I'm not retired. I'm thinking about trying to come up with ways to make money, and that's the plan.
Press.
Trying to figure it out. I didn't fall on a job. That's the thing. Everybody was making comments when I was on Old Dog New Tricks channel. His wife's with him for the check and this and that. And I said, wow, the check? Where's that check at? Send me send me the check. I'm still waiting on the check. Had I fell on the job, it would have been a whole different story. You guys got any questions for Miss Nick's vlogs?
Yeah.
Or my wife, Isla?
Hey, Bobby and your angels from Panorama City, California.
Panorama City,
Panorama,
California.
Wow, Panorama City.
Quincy, have you
Barry
heard of
Press.
that?
How you doing, Barry? Where is Panorama City? Where's that by? What's like a landmark or the closest popular city? Panorama. Is that up in the mountains? California is nice. I was in San Diego for boot camp in MRA school, and we used to go across that bridge to Coronado, and then we would go across that other bridge, take that trolley from NSC, SSC, Rosecrans Avenue to the Navy base. We'd hop on that trolley. It would take us to the border. I think it all changed. That was back in like 84, 85. We'd get off that trolley. I think we went through some turnstiles, walked across a bridge, and as you're going across the bridge, look down to the left and you'd see all the pottery, the leather jackets, them chest sets made out of like onyx and marble and just all the stuff over there. And then we would cut through that neighborhood and go up one of the side streets and hit Revolution Avenue. That's the main drag in Tijuana, and the bars and everything. I used to be a little bit wild back in, that's what I was telling my wife. I said, you met me at the best time. Even though I'm a little bit busted up. I calmed down a lot. I wouldn't say I was a player. I don't know.
I'm going to share this slide to my Facebook.
Yeah.
Where's the phone?
Here.
I have a...
Put another question up there.
Quincy. You know what is Quincy? Where is that?
I know, wait.
Quincy.
Quincy, have you heard of that town
You got another-
from...
Grab my phone.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I got all anxiety this morning. I was first live stream. Hands up, steady Eddie on the hands. It's weird. I get nervous about like little things. It could be like 5 miles up in the air. People are like, "You're not nervous?" I said, "Nah." But it's like little the stuff I get nervous about, or I shouldn't say nervous, like anxiety, heart rate elevated, get a little sweaty. It's like the reverse. I guess that's a good thing. Because I don't panic in like crazy situations. Me and my bad habits. My wife can't stand that. She never says anything about it, but I already know. Not kissing nobody to brush your teeth, right? Feel free to ask the angels. One's missing. She's, how far is Ramey away from here?
Like 10 minutes.
10-minute drive. She doesn't speak too much English. Super cool though. She's like the guardian. The protector.
Quincy. What country is that, Boo?
She's like the guardian. Alright, Quincy. Quincy. Now, I haven't cat person, I haven't heard of Quincy. What's another town close to that? Gotta make sure we don't get feedback. I gotta keep this low. Hi, Bobby, and your angels. Let's see.
Next will be your. Wow, I can't even imagine the pain you went through. I'm glad you are alive, man, and making the best out of life.
Yeah. Sean, I laid in that nursing home. If you know anything about nursing homes, I remember there was a couple times where they had a shortage of CNAs. A lot of people would call in sick. They had one CNA taking care of 42 people on the floor I was on. It was sad. I watched so many people die from lack of care. They were dropping like flies. It was sad. Mr. Lionheart's here. What's up? What's up, Dane?
Hey, I am here. I'm just a little late. I was
No, that's
waiting
cool.
for the notice of Miss Next notice all her fault, lol. It's your
Yeah,
fault.
it's your fault. Blame it on the rain. It's not even raining outside. Wow. All right, Sean A. Put Sean A's comment up there. I was stationed in the Navy in San Diego, so remember
San Diego.
all the city streets you just named. Yeah. What a small world.
Work. Small work.
No, it's
Oh,
in that
yeah.
world.
Okay.
What branch were you in? The Navy. Quincy is 80 miles. Oh, wow. 80 miles. 80 miles west of Reno, Nevada. I'm not really a gambler, but I remember we used to get a 72-hour leave pass. We'd have to put in, like, I don't know, a month in advance, and our boss, the machine shop, I was a MR, machinery repairman. I made third class petty officer like 3 times, and they took they took the chevron away. I had 2 sets of uniforms.
Cool.
And so yeah.
Sean asked if what branch were you in?
The Navy.
Oh, yeah. What branch?
So Reno. So back to the story. We used to stay at the Golden Key Motel. It was all the way at the end of the strip. It's probably not there anymore. They had that AstroTurf, the indoor-outdoor blue carpeting on the floors, and it was kind of like a hole in the wall. But it was cheap, it was clean, and I think it took us about 25 minutes to walk from the Golden Key Motel to Circus. Remember that $1 breakfast? All you could eat buffet at the Circus Motel?
Cuthbertson. Dorchester? What is that? Dorchester.
That sounds like a town over there.
Oh, town. Okay.
80 miles west of Reno. That's a good place to be in. You're just far enough away to be out of the chaos of Reno, but close enough to, go down there and hang out.
I'm about 10 miles from Boston, and then Dane. Bobby, I used to work at the VA hospital. Oh, if I told just a couple of the stories from there, it would make a grown man cry.
Yeah, the VA, they went through a lot of stuff. They're trying to, oh, here we go with the politics. It's kind of beat that the people that'll die for this country in a moment's notice, they put their life on the line and they come back with post-traumatic stress disorder or different things happen to them. They get exposed to all the chemicals over there when they were burning all that stuff in the desert in Iraq and all the other places, and they come back and they get treated like shit. I wish they would change that.
PN3 here. I used to cross into Tijuana and have a great
Oh yeah,
kid memories.
the memories.
Yeah.
My goodness. So I can't really talk about the memories with my wife too much because, yeah, I definitely know about the memories. Whole bunch of memories over there. Mostly good. That's when they were having problems over there. There was a curfew what is 1,600 hours, 8 p.m. All military personnel had to be back across the border. You did not want to get caught coming back across that border if you had a short haircut. I remember one night staggering. I had a fire watch. I had to stagger across the desert, and I could see the lights in the distance. I must have walked like 15 miles through the desert, and we were partying like all day with these giant margaritas with like, you could put like 5 shots. It was like a couple gallons of booze, and I think somebody spiked it with that grain alcohol they used to sell, and I'm like, nah, don't put too much in there. Next thing I know, I got a fire watch. I'm staggering across the desert, and I could see the lights in the distance, so it was like an optical illusion. It looked like it was closer than it really was. I was walking for hours. Then I get to the fence. Back then, it was just an old, rusty, galvanized steel barbed wire fence. I took off my jacket, threw it over the barbed wire, and climbed over the fence. My jacket got stuck, and it gets cold in Mexico at night out in the desert, and so.
Hi, 10
I got back on
viewers.
time.
10 viewers, boo.
That's
Okay.
cool.
Bobby,
Thanks
Sean.
for showing up, everybody.
Yeah, Bobby, Sean, Bobby, did you suffer any injuries in Navy? I'm working on getting disabled for injuries I suffered. The process is not hard. Have you looked into that?
No, I never suffered any injuries in the Navy, thank God. I waited till later in life. The accident happened approximately 4 years ago, and I'm 56 years old now.
Yeah.
So I was what, like 52? No disability payments, not for me.
Yep, disability.
I gotta come up with hopefully I could make a couple dollars with the YouTube channel. And there's a thing online, Cambly. Believe it or not, you don't have to have like an associate's degree or a teaching degree. They hook you up with people. You make like a 10-minute intro video, and the students basically want to practice their English with somebody that's a native English speaker. And you could set your own time schedule. It's 24 hours around the clock. And you have lesson plans that you could go over with your students, or you could just basically, it's like I say I'm here in the Philippines and I'm trying to learn Tagalog or Cebuano, or there's like, I think a couple hundred dialects. So it would be good to be with a native speaker of that language to correct my mispronunciations, and you would learn it faster. So I guess that's what Cambly's about. I gotta check into it. I gotta make an intro video and sign up. I think it takes like a month or 2 to get approved. It's only $10.50 an hour. But the thing is, it would help with the rent. This apartment we're living in, I got this apartment ahead of time. I was looking on the internet, and I've seen this place before. There's been other vloggers that have lived here. Paul's Asian Adventures, Geo lived here, and a couple other vloggers. They got a nice pool downstairs. They got an air-conditioned gym. And if you know anything about Mactan, Newtown, they have sidewalks since I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And it's clean. It's
Safe.
Yeah, it's safe. I'm not really. I go into bad neighborhoods, even though I probably shouldn't. But I just don't have too many fears. I got 2 fears. Actually, now it's 3. But burning to death in a fire and being eaten by a shark. I used to swim a lot and surf, and I lived in Hawaii for 9 years. And I showed up at my favorite surfing spot that I used to go to every day after work. It's Yokohama Beach. It's all the way at the end of one part of the island on Oahu. You got to go through Waipahu and then Waianae. Waianae is like, their high school football team has been in the championships for like the last, 20 years. they always make like the top three, and there's a lot of Samoans, Tongans, and the population of Hawaii is only 2% pure blood Hawaiian people. It's like the Native American Indians. The Europeans pretty much wiped them out by going there with all the diseases and everything, and then here we go with the politics. The Navy took over the land and basically ripped the Hawaiian people off and said, you know, you're going to make money and this is what you should do. I feel bad for the Hawaiian people. Same thing with the Native American people. But there's a lot of entrepreneurs. Indian, they got the casinos and everything.
Dane Leonhard.
10 miles from
Nick,
Boston. Wow.
Nick, smile, you are beautiful. Absolutely, Nick.
Used to work in the house.
Are you living, Sean, are you living on your savings now?
Yes. So Sean, so you're a third class petty officer. PN, you gotta refresh my memory. PN, that's not a yeoman, I'm trying to think. Smile.
I saw Miss Next, did really did.
Yeah, Nick stayed up late last night. She was cramming for a project for school. She's doing good.
Research paper.
She's doing really good.
You need to finish 2 research paper, Nix?
Yeah.
2. And then after?
Reaction paper.
Okay.
It's petty officer third class.
Personnel.
Yeah, I know it's petty officer third class. But what was the rate, like the job? What was your job in the Navy, Sean? Were you like a radio man or a yeoman or an M?
Personnel man book.
MS.
M.
Personal man. Oh, personnel man. Personnel man. Sean, refresh my memory. Like, what's some of the job duties for personnel man?
Rick Contino. PN3 is PT officer third class. PT officer.
Constantino, we got a Paisan in here, we got an Italian in here. Rick, what, okay, that's Quincy, 80 miles west of Reno. Cool.
Here.
I got cat person and I got Rick mixed up. So, cat person is 10 miles away from Boston. And then Rick is out there in Reno. Wow. Reno changed a lot. If you've been there for a while, I heard I haven't been back to Vegas in a long time. I watched videos about it, it totally changed.
Sean, we took care of the enlisted service records book.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's cool. A lot of paperwork. Back then it was a lot of paperwork. Now everything, they probably computerized it. I remember I got a big packet from the VA's office. And they said that the servers were compromised and that I need to be on the lookout. They got my social and a lot of my personal information. That happens a lot nowadays with hackers and everything.
You read next.
When I used to cram for something in school, I used to stay up late and drink tomato soup and coffee. My RA would keep checking up on me, telling I need to sleep or I would be able to wake up.
Stay awake. Gram for when I used to gram or something.
We're 11 viewers.
Thank you guys for showing up,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen.
Wait.
That's
Great.
cool. I think we started early.
No, we're on time. But
Yeah, early on time. It's not Filipino time.
yeah.
Trying to teach the ladies, it's Filipino time. You guys ever been here? It's like nothing to show up like an hour late. I don't know how it works on a job, but imagine that'd be stressful. Yeah, hit that something. Thank you, Dane. Yeah, I'd appreciate the
College
thumbs up.
days.
Or you can hit the thumbs down, either way. It's all good.
Bobby, who are the two supermodel with you?
The Angels. There's 3 of them. We're missing.
Yeah.
One's MIA. We have to have the translator here. That's Raimi Regala. She lives like about 10
10
minutes
minutes
away.
away.
She's the one in the video when I was telling
When we meet living abroad
Yeah.
on that video.
yeah, living abroad. There's a video where I was interviewing another vlogger and Raimi was there. But Raimi's like the protector angel. I had fallen over right in the middle of the street downstairs, and like all these construction workers saw me and they were trying to pick me up like real quick, and I said, no, just make sure my feet are straight before you just go ahead and lift me up. And I was telling people, look, if I fell from the 6th floor, that didn't kill me. So, if I just flipped the electric wheelchair over, somebody was saying, well, don't you have the anti-tippers in the back? It's a gyroscope wheelchair. So here's the thing, you got the kickstand down. It's got a kickstand that comes down in the front and back. When you pull the lever, it's like a cantilever. It drops the kickstand in the front and back with these big rubber stoppers. So when you lean forward, the wheelchair takes off going forward, and the further you lean forward, the faster it goes. What's crazy about it is when you lean back, you don't want to drink too many beers. Start leaning back, it feels like you're going twice as fast backwards. I don't know if it's really going twice as fast, but when you're going backwards, it seems like you're flying. So I'm in the middle of the road, and I was rolling backwards, and I started to pull the handle, and I felt the handle bumping. So I just said, you know what, let me just put the kickstand down, and I just pulled back on the lever, and I had a little momentum going backwards, and I just went right over like a sack of potatoes and landed flat on my back. And I was all right. But Raimi freaked out. She was like shaking. So for like 4 hours, that was just one of those days. I had a lot of energy. I was feeling great. I'm wanting to go down to the beach, and she would not let go of the back of the wheelchair. And I'm like leaning forward, going real fast, and she's running behind me, holding onto the wheelchair. She would not let go. So Raimi's like the protector.
Prom Murmur, you started 3 p.m. California time. A lot of Californians are probably still out of running around.
Yeah. Mirror.
Mirror.
Welcome, Mirror. How's it going over there in Cali? California's nice. It changed a lot. They got certain areas with the homeless stuff that's going on over there. I don't know. It changed a lot.
So California and USA is not the same time?
No, well, there's different time zones. I think there's like 3. You got the East Coast time, and then you got like Central, and then you got Pacific. That would be like California, Reno, Nevada. And I went to the Hoover Dam, and one side was Arizona. They had that line in the middle of the dam, and it was like an hour difference. We went across into Arizona and just kept going down that road, and there was like a lake down in a valley, and this guy pulled out, he had on the cleaning table, he had let me see if I can, like 3.5-foot lake trout. They were like this big around. I was like, wow, there's some giant fish in there. I guess that lake's like really deep. The one I'm not sure the name of the lake. Bobby,
Cloudy, but
Sean A said, Bobby, do you miss the USA?
here go. Oh yeah. Homeless and crime on the rise. Myanmar.
Yeah. That's because of the close proximity to Mexico. They got a lot of drugs and stuff. It's hard to stop that. They got underground tunnels, and then they tried to build a fence and a wall. None of that stuff's going to work. Supply and demand. If you got a lot of people that want to party or whatever they're doing, there's no way you're ever going to stop that. They always find a way around that. All right, Sean A., do you miss the USA? Not really. I miss my mom, my dad, and I would say I miss the
11 viewers.
speaking in English. My wife speaks good English. Nixie speaks good English. Nixie's she's young. You know how when you're younger, your confidence. I think Nixie speaks great English. I said, nah, just you don't know the correct word, just let it ride. And the ladies, the angels, have no problem with me correcting them. What I miss about the United States is people being on time and stuff is out of stock. Like say you like a product in a supermarket. And that's another thing. You got to go to certain supermarkets, like the high-end supermarkets, like say Folgers coffee. Filipinos, they like that instant, what is it, 3-in-1?
Yeah.
It tastes like hot cocoa.
Instant
and I'm
coffee.
like, this isn't coffee. I said, this is like drinking hot cocoa. So now I bought a DeLonghi drip coffee maker off of a website called Lazada. You have Shopee and Lazada. I think it's owned by,
Chinese.
it's Chinese company. It's owned by Alibaba, and everybody's like, well, you're ordering all that cheap Chinese stuff, but I hate to burst anybody's bubble. All that stuff on Amazon, it's all from China.
Yeah.
So you just gotta watch out. There's a lot of knockoff products, so you gotta do your research. In the reviews, you gotta go through all the reviews and make sure the reviewer is certified and see what they write about a product. And sometimes you can't always trust that. They're getting better, because I remember hearing there was people getting paid to write fake reviews on Amazon. But so far, I've been lucky. All the products that I ordered off Lazada, as far as I could tell, were original. The packaging looked legitimate, and the products functioned and performed like the real deal.
Here, boo. Dane, I was trail riding on a Polaris 4x4 and flipped it. The 4x4 bent me backward. I was folded up face down and my legs were past my head.
Damn. Dane, you're lucky you didn't break your back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get busted up quick. All the stuff I've done in my life, like dirt bikes, so RM 125, one time I was trying to impress these kids, and it had been a while since I rode a dirt bike, because I used to always have dirt bikes when I was a kid. I jumped a creek, and I must have, when I left the one side of the bank of the creek, I must have traveled about, I would say, at least a good 60 feet. But you know how when you're in, if you have any doubt, this is my problem. there was like a hump on the one side of the bank. I hit that hump, and in midair, I'm thinking, oh man, I'm crooked or I'm gonna land wrong. Every time I think that, it's like visualization. You gotta rehearse it over and over in your head and just see yourself doing it in your mind, and then the body will follow. But these kids kept egging me on like a dummy. I said, when I was like, because they were just learning, they said, jump that creek, and what do? I think I was like in, hit first and second gear on a street, and I hit third gear, and I just opened it up, flying through the air, and then I had second thoughts. I looked down at the creek as I was going over instead of looking straight ahead. And when I landed like sideways.
Sean Boo, have you always been a person that put their life out there, or has YouTube been a big change for you?
No, I was always really quiet. And yeah, it definitely, I put myself out there on Front Street, so I got to be careful. I got to stay away from talking about politics, and I got kind of a foul mouth. I don't know. I can't blame the Navy. And kind of the way I grew up, and then working with the iron workers, we're notorious for those Starbucks at 7. Yeah, I was thinking a Starbucks is going to be open like at 5. Probably in the United States. Do you guys know what time the Starbucks opens up? It's like a treat. Starbucks is expensive. The coffee's overrated. But it's good.
Dane said, I did break my back twice, Boo.
Yeah, I remember you, Dane, I remember you saying that. That's amazing.
I have broke every bone in my body at least twice.
Man.
Rick. You're a daredevil.
What is daredevil?
Daredevil, it means you take chances with your life. There was a guy, his name was Evil Knievel. Remember that time Evil Knievel tried to get in a rocket? He tried to go across the Grand Canyon. He broke every bone in his body like 5 or 6 times. He was pushing the envelope every time.
I saw that, Miss Next. Dan said,
Number 6.
that is number 6.
6.
6 yun.
As long as it's not 666, we're okay.
Yeah.
You got a ways to go to get there.
I think Dane is with Miss Nix. I could be wrong.
I think Dane is sweet on Nix. I could be wrong.
Nah, you hit that one right on the head. That's cool. Oh, man. They got to go through the interview to show up in the Philippines. I want to take your sister out on a date. I'll be like, hold on a minute. We got to talk a little bit. You don't want to go out on a boat fishing now, do you? We all know what that means. I went southern, y'all. Lived down south, all over Florida, from one end to the other. I remember the time we went to Liberty City, we had to pick up some equipment. The guy on the phone, I think I dialed, what's information? 411, I was looking for some air hoses and a compressor. And the guy said, I got to ask you a question. He goes, do you know anything about Liberty City? I said, why? He says, sir, it's bad down there. I said, nah, I'm from New York, New Jersey. I said, I'll be all right. We got down there. I looked around. Oh, my goodness. And my buddy's like, what's wrong? You know, big plate glass window in front of this rental company. Rented like jackhammers and compressors and air hoses. We're making porta potties for a garbage company. They own Johnny on the Spot porta potty. It was a Cuban family that I know from Cuba, and they own the largest garbage company in Miami. And we were working in Little Havana, and the grandfather took us around, and everywhere he went, I was with Michael. So he's like, Michael and Bobby, anytime they come in here for a Cuban sandwich, this was in a restaurant, he said, just put it on my tab. Then we went to a hardware store, the same thing. He had like an unlimited spending account at this big hardware store. And then the nightclubs, it went even further than that. This guy had a lot of pull. We went to like Club Liquids and all the fancy nightclubs that they open up, I think, at 11 o'clock at night, and they don't shut down till 4 o'clock in the morning. You come out, and the sun is beaming, and it was back in the party days. I lived on Euclid Street in South Beach, Miami, and that main drag there, they got Armani. I'm not really into I used to dress up. Back in the nightclub days in the 1980s, we always used to wind up in Waikiki, and That was back in the day. That's funny. Guys are like, I've never been married before. This is my first marriage, and my wife and myself got married online after talking on the internet for 4 years. And people thought I was crazy for doing it. I said, no, listen, I got a little bit of experience, you know.
Look this, bro.
Wait, you. You read first. Oh, you read.
Wait. Are your angels from the province? Their English is better than mine and smiles are beautiful. They stayed away from the candy song.
Did you stay away from the candy snakes? Yeah, we're from the province. Negros Oriental, Dumaguete, Negros Oriental.
Dumaguete.
That's the sugar cane capital of the Philippines, Negros Oriental. I think it's beautiful. Dumaguete, a lot of expats there.
Yep.
I was there. I wasn't really impressed. It would be nice to live out in the province, have to get some solar or backup generator, and then one of those big freezers. We'll call it a coffin. You could put we could put a body in there. Like in the United States, if you're a hunter for like elk or deer, you could put enough meat in there for the lasting 3 years, have the butcher cut it all up in steaks, mark all the stuff with that freezer paper, and then write on it what's inside. And you stock up your freezer. I like to do the same thing. Like if we're living in a province, I get one of those giant freezers and go down to the dock where the fishing boats come in and buy a couple like 60 or 80 pound tunas and have them cut it up in like 3.5 inch slabs and buy a shrink wrap, what do you call that, vacuum pack sealer, and just load up the freezer. But the thing is, in the province, you got so many brownouts, you'd have to have a backup generator. Then you'd have to have some 55-gallon drums of gas or diesel, depending on what kind of generator you got. Some of the generators, you could convert them with the kit to make them run on propane. And solar power.
Yeah, solar.
If I could start a business, people want to start a pig farm. Nah. Sorry store, everybody's got one. Competitions. Or selling clothes online. Nick's tried to sell clothes online. And then somebody, oh, let me get the clothes up first. I said, listen, cash on a barrel. They said, what do you mean by that? I said, do not give anybody any products you're selling and then expect them to pay you back. Now, if they've been buying stuff from you for over a year, I'm trying to teach the ladies how to read people and just navigate through life. If they build up a reputation that they always pay, then it's a good thing. Then you might let them slide. Well, I realize that you can't afford this shirt or something and you're getting paid on Friday. You let that slide, but never, ever, it's cash on a barrel.
Read next.
Hi, Robert. It's John from New Jersey, your friend from junior high school.
Wow. My best friend. I remember Stevens Avenue. Remember Grandma John? Oh my goodness. Jono is here, Schick. We were fishing buddies and we were both addicted to fishing. I remember the time we were out with your dad on a boat in Bear Pond. And I remember the time I tried to chew tobacco for the first time. I didn't start chewing tobacco until after I had the accident. I guess I got bored. I was in a nursing home. And you can't smoke in a nursing home. But yeah, I remember the time I was in a boat. I think you rowed all the way out in the middle of the lake. And then you said, all right, you got to row on the way back. And you gave me some Red Man chewing tobacco. And you're like, put more. And I had a big golf ball sized piece in her. And I'm squeezing on it with my cheek. And I'm swallowing the juice. Then you're like, Rob, you spitting the juice out? I said, you're supposed to spit it out? And all of a sudden I looked at the horizon. It started going like this. And my head started to spin. And you took one look at me and said, you're white as a ghost. And I remember laying in the bottom of the boat and it ruined a fishing trip. You had to row all the way back to the dock. Then the old man that runs the boat rental place said, "What did he get into the whiskey bottle?" He said, "Nah, the chewing tobacco." I think I threw up in the car. But John used to put his comment up there, John Shikowski, shit.
Yeah.
Remember, you used to tie your own flies? John is a master angler. Taught me everything I knew about fishing. And man, I tell you what, I never met somebody as a better fisherman in my life. Still to this day. When I had the accident, I was living in Hackettstown, New Jersey, and I met Tim Conroy. When the pandemic hit, my helper didn't show up. They would help me out like 3 days a week, Monday through Friday. And Tim Conroy would always show up and help me. He's another angel. He was a fisherman, and he used to bring trout. They stocked the river. Maybe it was the Raritan River. It's in Hackettstown, John. And he would bring home a bag of trout. And I just had this he would come to the window and show me. And he'd have his chest waders on. And he's like, "What are you laughing about?" And then he asked me, "You know anything about fishing?" I said, "Man, don't even get me started." He's like, "Are you any good?" I don't like, somebody said I was a showboat. I said, "Yeah, 40 years ago." Yeah, it's been a while. It's like a blink of an eye, Jono.
Sean said, ladies, and I mean this. Bobby is going to pass on so much wisdom. Pay attention, just his example about how to properly run a business. Priceless. Yeah. And then Maple. Next, you are still beautiful. John, 40 years ago.
Thank you, Jono, for being here. Made my day. Put a big smile on my face. Sean, thank you for the nice compliment. You know, I try to teach the ladies, when it comes to money, people don't have your best interest in their mind. And money can be the root to all evil. It depends on what you do with it. And I was always taught, mom told me, if you have a nickel, you tell people you're in the hole 5 cents. You don't have a dime in your name. So I'm trying to teach them the ways of the world. I only have a couple friends. Like one time this younger guy said, "Oh, I got 5,000 friends on Facebook." He was like bragging. I said, "Would they say if a bad fight broke out, somebody was trying to stab you or something, or pulled out a gun, would they try to disarm the person and jump in front of you, or would they donate a kidney to you if you were dying? When you're down and out and things aren't going your way, will they help you out, or will they just turn their back on you?" You know, if you got 5 friends like that in your entire lifetime, you're doing good.
Dane, love my ass off. I got sick of red men while out deep sea fishing. Lol, they thought I was seasick.
Yeah, on that big, was it like a big party boat? You're putting out a chum slick off the back of the boat, and they thought you were seasick. It was red man sickness. Whew. It's a bad combination. Choppy, and when it's not like glass, if it's choppy, or you get like 3 to 4 foot swells. I can tell you a story. We went deep sea fishing, and it was the Pearl Harbor submarine base. They had a little boat marina where like the chiefs and some of the higher ups had boats over there, and we had to be at the dock at 4 o'clock in the morning. And my buddy Action Jackson, he said, "Let's go out to the nightclub Friday night and we could just party all night and then get back to the dock at 4 a.m. So I'm not really, I had a lot of anxiety. When it comes to the dancing, it's just not my normal thing. So I drank too much, and we're going to the dock. And I'm thinking, I hope it's flat. We got out there, it was 12-foot swells, and we had to get in a boat and go about, I would say about 2.5 hours. We're fishing for marlin and big tuna. There's like a fault in the bottom of the ocean where it's really deep. So I'm sick out of my mind. They told me to go to the front of the boat. There was like a little where you could sleep on both sides, and then you could put the other piece down and make it a bigger bed. So I'm just off to the side on that narrow piece of foam, and they got that little hatch. And I remember standing up, throwing that little hatch open and just throwing up all over the front of the boat. And they're back there, they had that bridge, that big tuna bridge up top, they're up there laughing. So everybody we went on, I think it was like 4 of us, to rent the boat and the captain. And wouldn't you know it, it was my turn to get in a chair. I sat down in the chair, we had this big plug with all the streamers and had all the glitter inside the plastic head of it, and a big hook. I forget what kind of leader we had on it. And we're trolling, and the boat's going up and down, up and down. All of a sudden, this 146-pound marlin hit the plug, jumps out of the water, and I look down, and all of a sudden a line started pouring out of the pen reel, and they're trying to hook. If you know anything about, Schick knows what I'm talking about. If you know anything about deep sea fishing, it looks like a dentist chair, and you're literally seat belted into the chair, because them fish get so big, they'll drag you right off the back of the boat. Don't ever wrap that line around your hand. It'll cut your fingers right off. You got to know what you're doing. So they're trying to hook the reel into the body harness, and they can't get it, and things pulling so hard, it's like pulling me out of the chair. As soon as they got it clipped in, I just started throwing up all over myself, and I'm reeling, and the guy's pouring buckets of water over the reel because the reel, it was gonna smoke the bearings. I'll never forget that day as long as I live. Oh my goodness.
I live close to there now, John said. I teach at Virgin Community College in Paramus, New Jersey. Sean asked Nix, how is your channel going? Do you like doing YouTube? Is it more like work?
For now, I didn't upload a video because I'm so busy to my schoolwork, to my research, because I need to pass early. I need to finish early.
So her sister's been helping out.
Yeah.
Nix will make a video if she's like going to a store or paying electric bill or out and about. We'll get some video clips and try to put it all together in a video to keep it going. Because the thing about YouTube is you got to keep pumping out videos. Yeah, big game chair with the harness. You got it, Jono. So John, what are you teaching? I'm just curious.
Dane, I tell people I am so broke, I can't afford to pay attention, but only because most of the time they only come see me to ask for money or ask for food.
Yeah, you got to be careful down in Florida.
Florida?
Florida boggled my mind. Every town is like so much different. It's almost like when you go from one town to another in Florida, it's like you're moving to another state. I lived in Orlando, Kissimmee, Tallahassee, South Beach, and then from pretty much not all the way down in the Keys. The furthest I made it was, I would say like Miami. That's furthest down I made it. And then all the way up by the Panhandle in Tallahassee. And everywhere's in between. I worked for a company called it was Neptune Steel Erectors and Trident Building Systems. So they would put us up in motels, and we would travel all over Florida. It was a 3-man crew. We'd share a room, and do different jobs. It was Butler buildings with the purlins. It's basically a giant erector set. You just bolt it together. Like airplane hangars. We built a couple churches, a couple strip malls, smaller stuff. And then when I came back to New Jersey, I got into local 480. John knows about that. I was working on the bridges. John, didn't you tell me your brother-in-law was a bridge inspector? I didn't forget. And then we were working on a George Washington Bridge. We had to bust out a bunch of rivets because back then they didn't use bolts with the Hell Dog. And we were working out there in the middle of winter time. And anybody knows about New Jersey winters, it's not like Minnesota or anything or Alaska, but working up above a river and it's windy and you got that damp air coming off of the river. I'd have like a t-shirt on, thermal underwear, a sweatshirt, and then the Carhartt insulated suit, pair of socks, heavy-duty insulated boots, gloves, face mask, like the bank robber with the holes cut out, have frost coming out all over your face. Your hands would get so cold you couldn't even feel what you're doing. And you're on the sidewalk, the scaffolding, if you had to work on the trusses up above the traffic. It was crazy. Sometimes you have to close a lane on a bridge, and our company would get fined like, I think, $5,000 a minute. If them cones, you got to be picked for the bridge job because you got to know, it's like a team. You got to know what the man on the left and right is capable of doing because you got a set job and you got to get it done within a certain amount of time because you got to get that lane of traffic open because all the people are commuting from New Jersey into New York City, and then a company would get a huge fine and heads would roll. And I remember one time we were on the bridge and we had a lot of Brazilians and Greek peoples. They're in the painters union, and there was like a crew of like 20 of them. They would shot blast the bridge with metal shot, and then you got to encase the bridge in tarps and put stringers and bridge clamps underneath so you got a surface to walk on. Because none of that paint, it's all lead paint, and the EPA is really strict about that. None of the lead paint could get in a river because it's toxic. And they got this big machine that this guy Louis, he's a Greek guy. He bought a couple islands in Greece because of his machine. His machine was on, I think at one time in the United States they had like 80 bridge projects going on. And Louis' machine that he invented with himself and a couple other painters, he was doing good. He bought a couple islands.
So he's teaching math and art, John.
Wow.
Wow.
John, oh, good with numbers and art. John, your drawings and paintings and stuff.
Yes.
What day are we on the paintings and drawings? Unbelievable, John. I remember you drawing a little bit when we were growing up. It's on a whole nother level now. And math. Wow.
Sean, Bobby and Angels, I have to go, but I'm happy. I'm so happy I was able to join the live and speak to you. All much success and happiness to you. All Sean from Georgia out.
All right, Sean. If you ever got any questions, just shoot me a question. And I'm thinking about doing a live stream like 2 times a week and just advertise it ahead of time.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to be good coming over here, Sean. It's nice. I definitely would recommend it. It's different. Just got to have patience. And, you know, the Philippine people are on a whole nother level with their kindness and hospitality. And I can't think of a better, it's like a cheaper version of Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for like 9 years. It's expensive over there. All right, Sean A., you have a great day today. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it.
Phoenix.
My brother-in-law works from the Port Authority is on the bridge was Washington Bridge now?
George.
Oh, he's on the George Washington Bridge. Port Authority, for people that don't know, the Port Authority is in charge of the tunnels and the bridges that connect New York to New Jersey to New York, vice versa. And they're the ones that collect the tolls. That's how they maintain the bridge, with the money they bring in for the tolls. And they're in charge of all the waterways around New York City. Went back to college when I was 30. Finished.
Thanks.
Dane Leonhardt. I used to live in Maine. Now that is a cold state. Believe or not, it got colder than it did in Alaska, 65 below zero, 3 weeks out of the year.
Man, that's cold. Well, here's something funny. When I turn the AC on, the angels freeze. They're walking around with like insulated shoes on, bathrobes, sweatpants. They look like they're ready for the North Pole. And I was telling them, I said, if you think this is cold, I was telling my wife, Isla was saying, well, how cold is it? I said, go inside the freezer and close the door and you'll know what it's like. Yeah, Maine, that's freaking super cold.
John, I went back to college when I was 30. I finished my doctorate a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Doctorate.
That's good. I was telling Mom the other day, John, I said, John was, you were into banking at one time too, right?
Dane Leon, I already know if I go to the Philippines, I will need to hire someone to go pay my bills. I am not one to wait in line.
Yeah, that's the thing there.
You need to have patience.
Yeah, you gotta have patience. Like to go pay the electric bill,
Yeah.
you might be stuck in there, and sometimes it's not air conditioned inside of these buildings.
Yeah.
You could be stuck in there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours just to pay the electric bill. And you could pay the electric bill, what is it, at 7-Eleven?
But there's an option. You can pay in the 7-Eleven or bank.
Yeah, but what happened with that recently?
I don't know. They're not accepting micro payment, electric payments.
At the 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
That's where we've been paying, and all of a sudden, Isla went there the other day, and he said, sorry, we disconnected the computers. Maybe somebody was skimming some of the money from 7-Eleven or these payment places, and Mecco wasn't getting all the money they were supposed to. Something happened.
Next
No,
time,
they're-
all the 7-Eleven is not
What do you call that in the 7-Eleven?
a machine, bro.
Like machine. There's a wire that cut it, so that's why the machine didn't working.
I wonder who cut the wire.
I don't know.
Wow. We
Maybe
got like
accidental.
we got a conspiracy going on in the Philippines. Somebody was cutting the wires at all the payment computers for Mecco. That's the electric company.
Dane Leonhardt. Love my ass off, Bobby. My AC is set to 66F in my bedroom and 68 in my house.
Yeah, it's nice to sleep when you got that nice cold air. You could always throw a blanket over yourself if it gets a little cold, but even in the wintertime, when it was really cold outside in New Jersey, I would crack the window. It was right next to the bed to breathe that cold air in, and then have some blankets on.
66 is that so cold or?
Yeah, 66 is about,
Here, it's 16.
yeah, that's 16 on a digital thermostat.
Yeah.
That's about what I like it. Dane, I like it about 66, a good temperature.
66.
From John. I'm glad your mom is still doing well. Do you remember when I almost crashed Ray's truck?
Do you remember, boo?
No, Ray's truck. Remember Ray had a van. I remember a bunch of stuff. Remember I had that Cougar, that 68 Cougar, and I think that was Tucker. We bent the door on it. Yeah, John, I got so many memories. Remember the snakes? We used to go snake hunting. And oh my goodness, remember this time, I'll keep this on the down low. Remember the time with the two older guys and the fishing stuff, and we had a run from the Weldon Quarry all the way to Zachary's house. Remember my buddy? We're banging on the door and them guys were across the street. I'll keep that on the down low. Nobody. That's nobody needs to. I told my wife about what happened. We had a run all the way from the Weldon Quarry all the way to Zach's house, and once they got into my neighborhood over there, they changed their mind. They ran to the police station.
OMG, that was funny.
Yeah, that was back in the day. My goodness. Remember that big snake? We're standing there on this road, and there's these big boulders and these waterfalls coming down. So Jono's got a good eye for snakes. Like, snakes are camouflage. So he said, look at that big snake down there. And it had a bass in its mouth, like about this big. And it was on top of this big flat boulder. So we work our way down the hill. And John jumps in the water. It's like chest deep. He reaches up. He grabs the snake. The snake was going off the rock into the water. Grabs the snake by the tail. The snake's trying to regurgitate the fish. And all of a sudden, John got it. This snake was huge. It was like this big around. I don't know how many feet long it was. Had to be, you know, when you're a kid, things seem bigger. It had to be over 6 feet long. We had the burlap sack, and you got it in a bag. I think it bit you one time. Your forearm was burning or bleeding. We got it in a bag, and then them kids came by, and they saw the bag moving, and they were like, "Sir, can you show us the snake?" I'm like, "Nah, don't open the bag." And John opened the bag. The snake got back out, and kids saw it. They took one look at it. They were gone. They left their tackle boxes. They left their fishing poles and everything. And then we got the snake home, had to distract Mom and get the snake into the fish tank. And we had this like screen cover, and it had some red bricks. So we put like 3 bricks on top of the snake, the aquarium, the cage. And the next morning when I woke up, first thing I wanted to do was check out the snake. The lid's moved over, 2 of the bricks are on the floor. Now we got this giant 6-foot long snake, big around as my arm, and it's in the house. So I think John came over from Westfield, and Mom was like, "What are you guys doing?" Because like we were going room from room, looking underneath the couch, underneath everything, trying to figure out where the snake was hiding in the house. Because we're like, "Yo, Mom sees that snake," because usually we had snakes about like, I don't know, 3-footers, 2.5 foot, like little garden snakes. This was like a common water snake. It was like a freak of nature. Every once in a while you get like a freak of nature, like a giant dog for its breed. That was just a really big snake for its breed. And so Schick tried to calm me down. He said, "Look, it's probably in the wall, and you won't see it. It's going to die in a wall, or it's going to get outside the house." And I'm like, "John, it's like this big around. How's it going to get in a hole? It can't squeeze through. It's not like a mouse where it could squeeze through a small hole." So John leaves. That night I go to bed. I got to go to school in the morning. And all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of a dream, and Mom grabbed me by the arm. She's pulling me out of the bed, and when I hit the floor, I woke up, and all I remember is Mom screaming, "A giant snake, a giant snake." So I'm like half out of it. I just woke up out of a dead sleep. Go into the bathroom. It was hiding inside the portable wash machine in the bathroom. And when it saw me, it just beelined into the hallway, through the kitchen, went underneath the stove. You know the drawer on the bottom of the stove? Now it's underneath the stove in the back, and I pull out the bottom drawer. You gotta like lift it up, pull it out. It's on rollers. I got it out. It's all coiled up, and it's just facing out. And Mom's screaming at me, "Get it, get it, get it out now." So I didn't have a stick or a broom to pin its head down. I just reached in there, and that thing grabbed a hold of my forearm. It's got them long teeth that fold back, the fangs. it bit into my forearm, and I grabbed it by the head and just pulled on it, and it just ripped the skin on my arm. I got blood pouring out on my arm. Now I got the snake bleeding all over the place. Mom, I said, I'm going to put it outside in the yard. She said, you're going to take that snake back to where you got it from. So I was going to go a couple blocks away and just let it out in the woods further away from the house. She marched me and followed me in the car. I said, Mom, let me get in the car. It's in a bag. You can't get out. Nope, I'm going to follow you. 5 miles an hour all the way through the back streets of the neighborhood. Got to the overpass. Here comes Mom. I'm walking down the sidewalk. She's like, go down the hill and let it out. So I thought Mom was going to give me a ride home. I turn around and there goes Mom. She did a U-turn and left me. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I had to go to school the next day. Then I get to school and I had like a Band-Aid on my arm and the blood, like it started bleeding in class. Everybody's like, what happened to you? I said, it's a long story. And then Zach said, it's probably one of those big snakes you had. I said, yeah, something like that.
I think we were 14 years old.
Yeah.
That time?
Yep, about 14.
Wow.
When did I get married? How long has it been?
When? February 3, 2022.
Yep. First time I've been married, Jono. Wanted to do it right. I see a lot of people. What's the divorce rate in the United States? It's like 85% or some crazy number. I got a couple of friends that spent enough money on their wedding to buy a house, and then they got the giant, like 5-carat diamond ring, and then 2 or 3 years later they're fighting in court over everything. I said, I'm not going to do it like that. That's not happening. So it took me, how old was I? 55 when I got married.
56. That was this year.
55.
No, this
56.
year. Yeah.
First marriage, 56.
Congratulations. Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
And 50%, yeah. 50%
Wow.
divorce rate in the U.S.
That's high.
Yeah.
In the Philippines, they don't have a word in the Cebuano and Tagalog language. Is that true? They don't have a word for divorce? Like a translation word?
For divorce? Like, I think we have annulment here.
They have an annulment. It's super difficult to get a divorce.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Jono. Got married 17 years ago.
Oh.
Excellent.
Filipina or?
To get married, you have to marry a blind girl. And butt ugly.
If I get married, I have to marry a blind girl and butt ugly dog. I think if the girl loves you so much, it doesn't matter if how you look like, right?
Yeah. That's the thing about Filipinos. It's not too much a look thing. It's more your personality, and you got to be careful though. Meeting a girl online, the way I did it, and getting married online, everybody was calling me crazy. Isla just wants a green card. She just wants to come to the United States. I asked Isla right off the bat, do you want to come to the United States? She didn't hesitate. Whatever you want to do, I'll stay in the Philippines. I just want to be with you and live happily ever after. So I need to start working on the visa process, because it would be really nice to bring Isla back to the United States, meet Mom and Dad, show her everything that's in the United States, because it's a big thing, because it's so much different than the Philippines.
Divorce in Tagalog for divorce.
Put that up there. Wow, John said I have Chick said I got rattlesnakes by my house. I remember upstate New York. I saw pictures of your house. You still in that A-frame house? That's a nice house. You're over there by the Pulaski, right? Pulaski River. Have you ever caught any rattlesnakes, John?
Rattlesnakes.
That are poisonous. They got a rattle on their tail,
Yeah.
and when you scare them, it's their defense mechanism. They're telling you, if you step on one, you're not going to get a warning. But if a snake sees you, the rattlesnake, it'll start rattling its tail to let you know. Just come a little closer, and I got something for your ass.
Okay.
You do not want to get bit by a rattlesnake, because then you got to get to a hospital that's got that anti-venom, and chances are if you get bit in the hand, you're probably going to lose a finger or lose the function of your finger because the gangrene starts setting in.
Eurythmics.
Bobby, my hair is as long as your wife and it is bright red.
Wow.
That did.
Dane, I remember you saying that on the last live stream.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were serious. That's cool. Red hair. There used to be more redheaded people in the population. That's super cool, red hair. I would like to have red hair.
Did he call her that?
Red beard.
A red beard. Eurythmics.
If I go to the Philippines, I don't think I will want to come back to the US.
Yeah, they treat Europeans and foreigners like gold over here. Sometimes it irritates me. I'll give you a perfect example. The security people that work in this condo, that's another good thing about living in Mactan, Newtown. Like somebody just can't come up to your condo and knock on the door. They got to get cleared downstairs. It's like you got like your own little security force. So the other night, Nick's went downstairs to use the pool. It was like, what time? 5?
5. Almost
Five.
6.
5 or 6. Somewhere in that time.
5:57.
Yeah, 57.
So
six.
the pool, the rules are the pool's open to 8 o'clock. So the security guard, you know, I don't want to say nothing bad about nobody. You give them a badge and a gun. Most of the security guards in the Philippines are armed guards. So, yeah, I guess he was pushing his weight, sees a younger Filipino girl. And in Philippine culture, you're always supposed to respect your elders. A little bit different in the United States. You don't mouth off to your elders. You're supposed to show respect. So that just rubbed me the wrong way. Nick's came back up with a niece. Faith is her name. That's my other sister-in-law's
Daughter.
child. So, you know, the kids here are thinking, you know, it's great for the kid to go in the pool. And Nick's and Isla wanted to go. I said, listen, you go back down there and tell the security guard if he's got a problem with you going in the pool, he can come up and see me. And I was just steaming. Got on, there's like a speaker over here where you can call downstairs. And I'm yelling, what's the problem about the pool? It's open at 8 o'clock. You better let my sister-in-law get in that pool. Otherwise, there's going to be a problem. So I just flipped out. Sir, it's okay. They can go in the pool. So sometimes the mall cop or security guard, they push their weight a little bit too much. So the whole point of that story is Filipinos treat other Filipinos like shit. And it pisses me off because if I go down there like, oh, sir, is there anything we can do for you? Do you need any help? They treat you like gold when you're here. So, Dane, yeah, I think when you get to the Philippines, you probably want to stay here forever. People are just exceptionally nice and friendly. We went somewhere the other day, and there was a storm over there at Mactan Shrine. It's right over there by the water that way. You go outside the balcony door over here to the right, and you could see it. So we're over there cruising around, and I'm in a manual wheelchair, so I get to the grate, and I started slowing down, and these 4 Filipino guys like ran up to me, so I'm like, wait a minute. I'm thinking I'm getting ready to get rolled for my wallet and get mugged. I got like a camera and a drone, and they're like, I got my hands up ready to throw some dummies on them, and all of a sudden they said, no, sir, calm down. We just got to help you to pick up the wheelchair and get you to the other side of the storm grate, because they were worried about the front wheel or the back wheels of the wheelchair getting stuck in the grate. And I'm just like, wow, like in the United States, people, I don't know, people put the United States down because I had people, I used to go from my apartment to the pharmacy. A couple times it was raining and had total strangers stop, and 4 times it was women. And I told these women, you don't know me, you want to put me in your minivan and take me somewheres and get me inside my apartment, so you got to be more careful. You don't know who I am. Maybe my legs do work. I said, you know, you need to be careful. You can't just, but there's good people everywhere as you go. I see a lot of vloggers put the United States down. There's good people no matter where you go. But there's always that one person. I'm teaching Nick, so I said, it doesn't matter where you go. There's always going to be that one asshole that you got to watch out for, because they're backstabbing or they're chismissing. Chismissing is gossip.
Yeah.
Or they'll make up a story. They call me an enigma back in the United States because, like Sean was asking about putting your life out there online, and you know, now people, they assume things, or like the one guy was saying, Isla and Nick's are going to be slaves if I bring them back to the United States, because I had made a comment that my parents are getting older now. No, they'll be getting paid for every hour they work helping me, or when my mom gets older, she's always, I'll never need, everybody needs help at some point. I do not want to see either one of my parents winded up in a nursing home, because I went through like 3.5 years of the nursing home thing. I had been in like 4 different nursing homes, and I could tell you horror stories. Like Dane was saying, he knows he worked for the VA, so you know how it is.
VA.
And depending on your financial status, like my one friend, Jarrett, he said he worked in a big high-rise building, and depending on how much your social security check was, like the top floor was the best service because that was the people that were making more a month social security wise, and by the time you got down to the bottom floor, it was like the projects, and they'd have like one person, a CNA, like changing diapers or giving you a bed bath or whatever. He said it was horrible on the bottom floors. It's all about the money. It's sad, but, and the thing about the Philippines is I don't see any nursing homes, so family is number one. They stick together. You don't just throw away your parents and put them in a nursing home. And I remember when they would bring new customers into the nursing home, they would close my door. And the one lady said, what about him? He's younger. I want to talk to him before I put my mom and dad in here. And I said, come on in, I'll tell you. And they refused to let that lady come in a room. I was going to tell them, listen, if you really love your parents, they didn't abandon you when you were a kid. You better think twice about putting them in it, because they're passing out candy. Everything would change when they would bring in a new potential customer. And I said, boy, isn't this something?
Read Nicks.
They are full of bullshit.
My wife won't let me catch rattlesnake.
Then next.
Good food in the Philippines. You're going to wait for 100 pounds if you stay there.
What can you say about the food here, boo?
The food here,
Yeah.
John's asking.
Yes. I know. Yeah. What can you say about the good food in the Philippines? John said you are going to weigh 400 pounds if you stay there. Here.
Yeah, there's a lot of fried food here, John. I'm gonna get everybody mad. Thailand is where the good food is at. I like lumpia, sig. See, I need to live here longer, because when we were in Dumaguete, we went to this restaurant and I was eating all kinds of food I've never tried before, and everything they brought out was it just blew me away. So I'm still kind of up in the air about the food thing. I don't want to say anything bad about the food. A lot of expats or people from other countries complain about the food Compared to Thailand, I would say the food is not as good as Thailand. But I've been impressed. It takes a lot to impress me. We went to this one place. Can you guys remember the name of the place we went to? Remember the place where I slid down that pole?
Next,
I
the
don't
first
know.
restaurant.
Asus? I don't know. I forgot.
Yeah, I think that's it, Bo. The name of that.
Yeah.
Asus.
Asus de Azor.
Ah, yeah.
Jesus, like Jesus?
No,
Asus.
Asus.
A-Z.
AZUS.
We
The
went
Azor.
there, it was right on the main road in Dumaguete, and I was ordering stuff off the menu, like, I don't know, 8 different dishes, and out of 8 different dishes, 7 of them just blew it out of the water. I said, man, I couldn't stop eating.
How about that Italian food? The Chop House.
We went to this place, the Chop House, and that's, all right, here's something. Dairy products, they have boxed milk. I've only found milk in a plastic container one time, and it was real milk.
Yeah.
The milk we get downstairs in the store and the local stores around here that are close is in a box, and it doesn't taste right. It's from the United Kingdom, and it doesn't have to be refrigerated, so they do something to it. I guess they heat it up and they put it in a box. So we got a thing of real milk. What store was that you found that at?
Metro.
Super Metro Supermarket.
Metro, yeah.
And I said, here, taste this. I want it next to try it. And they said, wow, this is like real creamy. I said, that's what milk tastes like in the United States. And you get it in a plastic or cardboard container, about a half gallon or a gallon. But we got like a bottle, I don't know, it was like a 40-ounce bottle. And it was super expensive, but I would pay triple the amount just to drink some good milk. So money helps. And all right, so we're at this Italian Chop House in Dumaguete, and it was way down this like gravel road. We get in the back, and they got this outdoor setting, and they got the mood music and the lighting, and they got these giant old growth trees with all the lichen
That is
hanging off of it.
Mango tree.
And mango trees is like, it's like the Garden of Eden back there. So this guy comes out, and the service in the Philippines isn't usually top notch. But this guy was all over it. It kind of irritated me. It's like when I go in a clothing store, I don't want somebody asking me every 5 minutes, sir, can I help you find some, sir? I said, listen, I know what I'm looking for. If I need your help, I'll ask you. This guy was like glued to me. He was right there, and I let my guard down. He said, sir, do you like steak? I said, I love steak, and it's hard to find good beef in the Philippines. So they got a cut of a steak called a tomahawk. It's got that big rib bone in it. I think it's actually like a filet mignon, maybe I'm wrong. And it was about 4 inches thick, and it's shaped like a tomahawk. It's got that big bone in it. There's pictures of it, I think, on Bobby's Angels or YouTube, right?
Bobby's Angels page.
Bobby's Angels page, you
Yeah.
can see that
Facebook
tomahawk
page.
steak on the Facebook page.
Yes.
That steak was how much?
8,000. That is 1,510.
Well, I'm gonna do the math real quick. 8,000 Philippine pesos equals how many US dollars? $139.84 for a tomahawk steak. And that steak was top notch, top shelf. It was melting in my mouth. I'm just sitting there, I'm chewing. People are talking, I'm not even answering. It was melting in my mouth. It was cooked to perfection. But when I got the bill, I was like, it was one of those type of restaurants, if you gotta ask the price, you got no business being there. Like when I was down there in South Beach, Miami, I was in Armani, and he had an Armani suit company, and there was no prices on the suit. And somebody said something like, if you gotta ask the price, you don't even need to be in here. Because I think the cheapest suit they had was about five big ones, $5,000. So if you have the money you could find anything in the Philippines. You just got to know where to go. And same thing with house rentals. They got house rentals over here that are out on like a peninsula with a view, or cantilevered off the side of a mountain with a view of all the other mountains and the ocean and everything. So if you got the cash,
Read next.
you could find
The
anything.
next.
Lola fell down a flight of stairs in a wheelchair, and I swear about 20 people came to me and saved me.
John,
Lol.
how did you met your wife?
Believe it or not, John, I'm laying in a nursing home. I won't say it was my darkest hour. I don't believe in God. I feel it. Ever since we were kids, and to watch on mountains or just being out in nature, for me, yourself included, John, it's all about nature. I always, like, people say, oh, I believe in God. I said, what do you mean you believe in God? Like, do you know God, or do you feel it every day when you just look around? Like, some people don't believe in God. I said, think about where we're at in space and everything that's out there. We're like invisible. So I'm laying there in bed. I used to meditate. Remember my grandfather Jim on Stevens Avenue? His job paid for a course called TMD, Transcendental Meditation. So back in my bodybuilding days, I used to meditate and clear my mind of all thoughts, and you're in a white room with a white chalkboard, and it's hard to nowadays there's so much stuff going on. Shut my mind down, and I'm just in a deep state of meditation, almost like in between sleep and wakefulness. And I started thinking about God and everything. And then when I came out of the meditation, I picked up the cell phone. I'll never forget it. I started thinking about his last name, Sconers. What's his first name? Sean.
Christopher.
Christopher Sconers. He's on my friends list on Facebook. And it was like I was on autopilot. I picked up the phone right after coming out of his deep meditation state. I started thinking about God. And I remember Chris telling me he was going to a college, like a theologian, like a Bible college. And it seems like he was really close to God. There was something about this guy. And I went on his friends list, and what do you guys call it? Stalking over here? It was like stalking his
like
friends list page. And I clicked on his friends, and Isla's first name was Isla, so it was A. Saw the picture and said, this girl's Filipina. And I remember I told a judge, I had traffic tickets, and he was a retired judge out of New York City. He said his wife was driving him crazy, so they had a spot for a part-time judge position. He started asking me all these questions in court, and everybody's thinking, why is he asking Rob all these questions? And he said, are you married to this Japanese girl you're with? I said, no. And then she raised her hand. She said, no, he's not going to marry me, but we're close and everything. And he says, well, how long have you been together? I said, like 8 years. And then the judge asked me, well, who are you going to marry? And I shouldn't have said this because my Japanese girlfriend was right behind me. I said, I'm going to marry a Filipino woman one day. And he said, do you know who this person is? I said, I haven't met her yet. And he said, why a Filipino? I said, well, I was in the Navy, and I just like their culture, their kindness, their generosity, just how they are. It's hard. If you know Filipino people, you John, you know, you lived in Hawaii. The aloha spirit, the ohana, trying to think of the words. I clicked on Isla's picture, and I got goosebumps, chicken skin over my whole body. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I heard the voice. And it's not like I'm schizophrenic or crazy, thank God. I didn't hit my head when I fell. I've always been accused of being a little bit crazy. So, I heard the voice, I'm gonna marry this girl. Went on Messenger, I never do this. I sent her one word, hi, H-I, then waited a week, nothing. Kept looking at her pictures, thinking, who is this woman? And next thing you know, I got a reply, and it started like that. It was like a couple sentences back and forth, and then it started building from there. Then it was the first video call. I think the signal Isla is way out in the province, like that's 2 hours.
Slow. Our connection is so slow.
Yeah, the
No, I
connection.
am staying here in Cebu that time. Like, we're working in MEPSA company.
And so
Together with Pumpkin.
and the signal's slow,
Yeah.
and then, you gotta be careful online. So I said, all right, just let me, it's almost like God answered I was just blown away. Make a long story short, 4 years of an online relationship, I'm like stuttering. And people are like, she's a scammer. She just wants a green card. I said, hold on a minute, back up. I said, do you even know her name? No, but this has happened in the past, and you got to be careful, you got to protect. I said, it's not like I fell off the truck last night. Like, what do they say? I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. I've had a couple girlfriends in the past, so I know about dating and seeing this scam's been around a little bit, and Isla never asked me for a dime right off the bat. I remember one time, I think I sent her like $40. She wanted to send it back. But then there was another person that Isla knows, I'm not going to say names, right off the bat, sir, can you sponsor me? I need sneakers, blah, blah, blah. That was it. That rubbed me the wrong way. How are you going to ask a total stranger for money over the internet? I'll help people out as much as I can. It just rubbed me the wrong way. So if anybody's thinking about starting an online relationship with a girl, just take your time. Make sure you do video calls. And I got some connections in the Philippines. Isla doesn't know that I know some people in her town. So I was doing some detective work behind the scenes. And right before I got married, they wanted to send somebody with a flashy car and a lot of money to see if they could bribe her out of it and get her to go the other direction. But I said, you know what? I think we got to cancel the plan. And they said, yeah, Bob, it's been like 4 years. I think you're smart enough, you would have figured it out. Isla never asked me for a dime.
You know what, Bo? Dad told me, like, when we're still there in the province, like, my uncle said that, oh, I know, like, a Korean national, and then he's looking for, a girlfriend, and then he has, a school business, like that, and then maybe my uncle said, maybe I will recommend Isla, and then Dad said, oh no, because Isla is like, he has like, we're still like, we're not married that time. So Dad said, Dad told my uncle about you, like, oh, we're in a relationship, like, that long, and then, yeah, that's it. And then, I didn't know that because when Dad is working here, like, he just told me that that story about what my uncle like.
Lean back a little so they can see your face. That pretty face. The angel face. So another thing about my father-in-law, what's up, Richie? I heard a story, one of Isla's friends came over to visit, and Dad kind of wigged out. He said, what are you doing here? My daughter's got a man, and he's a good guy. and Dad chased him out of the house with a machete. I'm like, all right, Richie got some points on that one. He said, I'll chop you like a coconut. So the kid went running for his life. So good looking out, Richie. I appreciate it. Good family too. You gotta when you start a relationship with the family, you gotta pay attention to their family. Because I'll tell you what, I heard horror stories. There was one guy over here, a vlogger. He bought a cattle truck for his brother-in-law, and her brother-in-law's promising, look, I'll pay you back. He never got the money back, so you got to be super, super careful.
Read needs.
Lola, I fell down a flight of stairs in a wheelchair, and I swear about 20 people came to me to save me. Lol. I was laughing so hard because I was the stupid one to not pay attention where I was going. From Dane.
Fell down a flight of steps. Thank goodness for some good people. Dane, was that in Florida where you fell down the steps and all them people came to your rescue?
At school, like 20 people.
I know about 4 Filipino girls. We play second line together. I love making them laugh.
Yeah, Filipinos always laughing. Second Life.
Second Life. Typo.
Second Life, is that virtual reality, like the metaverse, where you're like an avatar and a character, and you go in there and there's like all different places you can go? Yeah, that's been around way before Mark Zuckerberg was trying to change Facebook into the metaverse. Has your mom come to visit you? Now I want Mom to come over. She said the flight's too long. The thing that gets Mom is Mom came in to visit me in Portland, Oregon. She came to visit me in Hawaii a couple times, and then Florida a couple times. And Mom, I think she's like 78. She can't handle the humidity. And then I was saying, well, you got to come to the Philippines and check it out. I think the flight, 23 hours. I think the minimum, well, if you got money, you could just get in a Learjet, but we're talking like $40,000. So figure, what is it, 22 hours for a commercial flight is like the lowest you can get it. And I went from, if you watch the first video, I wouldn't recommend it on the channel, Bobby's Angels. I was just 5 days stuck in a motel, and I would not give up. They said, well, you go back to the apartment. I said, no, I shut everything off. You go back to the nursing home. I said, it's not happening. Got 2 choices. It's the Philippines or the graveyard. I have not come this far, built this relationship up, got to know the Regala family and everybody in it, and there was no quitting. I'm not a quitter.
84.
I would love for Mom to come here and visit. I think she would like it. Because Mom doesn't know about the Filipino culture. My mom is 84. God bless Mom, 84.
Wow.
Still kicking. Oh, that's John. Wow.
Yep,
84.
John.
Holy cow.
His mom.
I remember Mom, John, I remember your sister, Chrissy, right? I remember the time you took her troll doll and threw it outside in the street. Chrissy freaked out. And Freddie with the guitars in the basement. Yeah, I remember. And then Grandma. Remember the time we were at the community college and the speed limit was like 5 or 15. They had them speed bumps. And the word goopy, I remember the word goopy. And you said, I forget what you used to call Grandma. You said, press on the gas. Oh yeah, I remember the whole family. I remember you had a big striper. I think your dad went to the Delaware Water Gap and caught this 64-pound striper, and he had it on the kitchen counter, and he was cleaning the fish. I remember, John. I remember everything.
Read next.
I was in Maine when I ended up in a wheelchair. The doctor said I would never walk again, and 6 months later I was walking in a cane, and now I walk freely, but the pain is always there.
Yeah. But that's Maine. What country is that, Boo? Maine. Is that
I got a memory like an elephant, Jono. I remember everything. Sometimes it's scary. Oh yeah. Westfield is a great town. It's expensive. My father still lives there on Osborne Avenue. Stevens Avenue. Boy, childhood memories. I'm so glad I met you, John. I used to get in so much trouble. One more cast. And John would wear the watch, or maybe not. One of us had a watch, but I said, nah, 5 more minutes. We were addicted to fishing, and John was like the master angler. I remember John caught a brown trout. I don't know, it was a natural trout, and it was underneath the roots of this tree, and he had like a salmon egg hook and a red worm. And there was a big pool. I remember the worm just went up underneath that stump. He pulled a big ass trout out, but it wasn't like the normal trout that were in there. And then he lost that one. I don't know if it straightened a hook or it just came off. And then 2 seconds later, he got another one. He said, no, it's not the same one. There's 2 big ones underneath there. And then when you cut it up, John, you knew that was a natural fish because the way it looked inside.
I remember your dad. I'm guessing he retired by now.
Yeah, Dad retired. He put in 47 years or some unreal amount of time started out at the Scotch Plains Post Office and then went to work at Ashbrook Golf Course. Something happened at the Scotch Plains Post Office. Went to work at the Ashbrook Golf Course. So that's a state-run golf course. So that's, I guess, civil service. That time that he was at the Ashbrook Golf Course counted toward his retirement. So he had the Marine Corps time at the Scotch Plains Post Office, then the Ashbrook, he did it the right way, Ashbrook Golf Course. And it's funny because I used to work at the Ashbrook Nursing Home part-time. I was at the CIE work program where I went to school half a day, worked the other half a day at a job. You had to have so many hours to graduate to get to the next year's, like from 11th to 12th grade. And I remember working at that nursing home, and that place was in the newspaper. It was a disaster. So Dad did good. Marine Corps time counted, Scotch Plains Post Office time, then the Ashbrook Golf Course, and then the Westfield Post Office is where he retired from. I think it totaled up to about 47 years. So Pops is doing good. He's getting older. He's having a little bit of health problems. I talked to him about a week ago. I need to call him. Hey, Susan, my cousin's here.
Whoa. Hey. I order from Lazada a lot. Same with
Who said that?
Dane.
Wow. So you order from Lazada in the United States? That's cool. That's like the Amazon. I'm pretty impressed with Lazada. And sorry about the bad habits, this chew. It's keeping me steady, Eddie. I always say everybody's got I called it a vice one time, that's the wrong word. Everybody, I don't care who you are. One time I asked, I have no addictions or habits. Then a week later or something, he goes, money. I said, see, I knew it was something. He's addicted to money. Put Susan's comment up there.
Do you remember the raft we made out of old inner tubes?
Oh yeah. We got into that welding quarry up there and got those giant inner tubes. And then, wait a minute. Yeah, put a tarp, had them like 2 or 3 giant inner tubes. When people think of inner tubes, John, they're thinking like small inner tubes. We're talking about a Vulcan, I think that's the brand name. It's like a Komatsu or a giant. A dump truck and a quarry is not like a dump truck you see. They don't drive around on the street, so you could fit probably about 10 loads of a regular giant dump truck in the back of one of these quarry-sized dump trucks. And Jono and me, we snuck in there and we got some of these big-ass inner tubes. Like if you blew it up in this room, it would probably touch the ceiling and the walls on both sides. Huge inner tubes, and then we lashed them together with rope and put tarps in them. And then we would wait for the river to flood. And then we got some of the kids from across Route 22 that didn't know how to, my brothers from a different mother, if you all know what I'm talking about, they couldn't swim. And there was some satanic stuff would wind up in the newspaper about devil worship going on in the Watch on the Mountains. So I had to convince them, and then we got them in the rafts. And John used to make like flamethrowers. He was super smart. Ties his own flies, makes his own, remember the Fenwick fishing poles you had? We used to make our own fishing poles out of fishing pole blanks. Oh yeah, the inner tubes. I'll never forget that.
Your memory is still caged, too bad you forget to shut the door.
Yeah, exactly. My cousin, that's my first cousin, Susan Matricka, over there in Linden, New Jersey.
No, I order from Lazada to send to people in the Philippines.
Oh, okay. Shopee don't work for me. Dane, I remember seeing you on Ging's Adventures and Short Province Girl and a bunch of, because I'm in the same boat. I've been watching every single channel from the Philippines. I remember. So Shopee doesn't work, huh? You want to hear something funny? So I get to the Philippines, and I put the Lazada app on my phone in the United States. You can get it, like you were saying, you order through Lazada. But I never ordered anything. You know, if the wife wanted to buy a bathing suit or whatever, I send her a little cash. And so I get here, and I said, let me get your password for the account and your username. So I go on there, right? And I look at the shopping cart, and it said 5,420 items in your cart. So I said, oh, there must be like a computer glitch. So I started scrolling, and I said, can I delete some of these items? And then I just got quiet. So I'm thinking, there's no way possible she put all this stuff in the cart. So I started scrolling. I get down to like past 300 items, and then I started recognizing things like that we were talking about in the past before I got here. I said, oh my God. So it's like window shopping. Ladies or, guys too, they go out there and it's like a wish list or a dream. I guess that was a dream boat cart. Yeah, 5,000 items. And I said, oh no. But it was funny. I said, nah, I just like those things that were interesting. What tipped me off to it was a dog cage in there. And,
Niece is the one who clicked on that. You asked Nick's boo.
Yeah.
It is the one, and then when
Because Niece wants that Dimitri has a cage. So that's why she put that.
And then he ordered also like a baby shirt bow, and that is how many? 8 pieces, boo. And then I didn't know, boo. And then when the Lazada delivery called me, and then, Mom, your order is like they're delivering the order. And then I got shocked because I didn't order.
You're thinking, who ordered that?
Yeah, and then when I asked Nix, she said, no, I didn't order that. And then Faith is like, she's so nervous because
She's the one.
she's the one who do that.
Little niece started sweating. They figured it out.
Yeah.
And then when it's a little size, they're thinking, wait a minute, I'm not ordering kid size stuff. But I saw I kept saying, they have brownouts in the province a lot. In this Mactan Newtown neighborhood, they have a generator downstairs, so one outlet will work and one light, but the air conditioner won't work. I remember one day I was having a bad day, like health-wise, and the air con went off at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up at like 5 as soon as the sun came up, and I was like, it was so humid in this concrete bunker, and the walls were sweat. I said, ugh. I thought that was it for me. I told Ira, I said, just hold me. I think it's over. The angel. I said, when I go out, I just want to look up at your pretty face. It'll be the last thing I ever see. And I'm like, what do you mean the AC doesn't work? So you have one outlet, which you could plug a hot plate in to cook, and you could run a fan. I bought this jumbo, it's called Turbo Power, off of, we went to some store.
J Center Mall.
J Center Mall, and we got this big ass fan. It'll blow the tiles off the floor. It's got so much horsepower. My plan was, there's a maid's quarters over that direction. Go through the kitchen, and then there's a maid's quarters with its own bathroom. I was gonna have somebody build out a box and put that fan in the window for like an exhaust fan. That way you can open the windows in here in the bedroom, and you would get a cross breeze. Even though we're right by the bay, the breeze, the way this building is situated, you really don't get a breeze, and we're not on a corner unit, so it's not catching that breeze coming around the corner. So my plan is to get this big fan. It's right behind the camera. You can't see it. I'm going to have somebody build a box, mount it up on a wall. They got these little windows in a laundry room. So that fan's like, I don't know, it's like a half horsepower. It would suck the air out of here in like 2 seconds. And since it's on the other side of the apartment, when Nix is in here, the sound won't bother, and we could just open the windows in here in the bedroom, and it'll get like a nice airflow coming through instead of running the AC. Because the electric bill for last month was 100 and how much?
8,300 something Philippine money.
So we figure
Like 100. Like 139 USD?
It ranges from about 105 to as high as 160, and that's when it was real hot, when it was like 160. We got the split type air conditioners, and the main unit is out on the balcony. It's pretty quiet, the unit. I think it's a LG Life's Good, and there's a unit right above us. The squirrel cage fan it's hitting something, so it's making a noise. Got to have them fix that, which I think it's a good thing, so it'll save me electric. But poor Nix, I don't know, Filipinos, their metabolism and they're used to the heat, but they do not like sun, because there's this thing about if your skin's dark, they're allergic to the sun.
If your skin is dark, like you're ugly, you're not beautiful, like
You're poor.
Yeah.
That's why.
If your skin is dark, you work in a rice field, or you're a fisherman.
Yeah.
If you're white as a ghost and look like a mushroom that just came out of the basement, then you have money. That's one thing that irritates me. Like Miss Philippines is usually a hapa holly, they call it in Hawaii. Half Caucasian and half Asian, so I don't know, hapa holly. They call us European people hollies in Hawaii, so everybody wants to have the white mixed race baby because, oh, they got a chance to be a superstar. My thinking is, like in the United States, if you have a tan, you got time to go out on a boat,
Yeah.
you're fishing, you're going to the beach, you're living a life of Riley, a life of luxury. But if you come to the Philippines, it's on the other side of the planet. It's the total opposite mentality thinking. You must not have money. And people look down on you for your skin color. It's like, I got Spanish friends, brown friends in the United States. There's no such thing as black people.
Yes.
It's the whole racism thing. It drives me crazy because I don't care what nationality you are, where you come from, what language you speak, what color your skin is. What did Martin Luther King say? I don't judge somebody by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. I'll always go by that. So I like dark skin, and I was warning my wife and sister-in-law. I said, get ready to get cooked in the sun, because in Hawaii I'd spend up to 12, 13 hours a day out in the water, boogie boarding, surfing, out on a boat, always at the beach. Every spare minute of time I got, you could find me at the beach.
Yeah, but sometimes, like, when your color is like, you have tan skin, and then sometimes they will they will not treat you the way they treat like white people like that.
Yeah, that's a perfect example. You go downstairs to talk to the security guard. He's Filipino. The whiter your skin is, the better you'll be treated.
Yeah,
That don't make no sense. My cousin Sue said, your angels are beautiful. Thank you, Sue.
Oh yeah.
They are stunning. And there's 3 of them. They take good care of me. Great people.
Shopee wants my cell phone, and I don't use cell phone. I gave my cell phone away about 5 years ago. I don't miss it. So your angels girls are beautiful. They're beautiful. John, how much a month does it cost to live there?
All right, put John's question on.
Yeah.
How much does it cost a month to live there?
Yeah.
All right, the rent, $630 US. Electricity ranges between 120 to 160, depending on how this cono's dealing with the humidity. It's not that heat, it's the humidity. It literally, I guess because of my health situation, it's hard to breathe. So I just keep finding myself, turn it up. I drive my wife crazy. Turn it up, turn it down. And for some reason, between the setting 26 and 27, I just can't figure it out.
Yeah.
It's like no in between. It's either too hot or too cold.
The colder is 16. But
The coldest it goes is 16 on a digital
yeah.
thing. All right, so the cost, $630 for the rent, between 120 to 160 for electric. Food's reasonable. Ground beef, forget it. Steaks, nope. It's gonna be fish, chicken, rice until it's coming out of your ears. It's funny, I was telling my wife and sister-in-law, I said, you know, in the United States, I probably eat rice, Chinese food, like maybe once a month. And they're like, you eat rice once a month? I said, yeah, they couldn't believe it. So then what else? How much is water? Water is expensive. This is the thing, John. Electric rates are higher because of the neighborhood, and the same thing with water. Water is probably
700 pesos. Like 16.
$16 a month for the water.
Yeah.
And then you gotta watch out, because a lady downstairs, she tried to pull a fast one. She tried to jack the water price up, and we were on a trip to Dumaguete, and they tried to hit us with this. That's why I always say, I'm teaching the angels, always get a receipt. Because, I'm in a hurry, just give me the money, and boom, try to make them forget about the receipt. I said, don't let people play you like that. So the water bill, I'd say about 20, And the food went up because of inflation, because they printed all the money, blah, blah, blah. So there is inflation over here. Price of gas went up. I'm thinking about buying a tuk-tuk, and that's the three, Jono, you know what the tuk-tuk is. This one's got to get her, Nick's got to get her student permit. This one here has a license. This one knows how to ride a scooter with like 6 people on it. She'll have niece on a gas tank. She's operating a scooter. Got mom and dad and a cousin on the back. Got 6 people on a scooter, which is crazy. No helmets. Then I said, all right, you gotta buy a helmet. I started freaking out. I started thinking about head injuries and my situation. I would die if something happened to one of my Philippine family members over here because they crashed a scooter. So what do? They went on Lazada. My wife does not like spending money. Thank God I don't have a wife that just like spending. So they went on Lazada and got the $20 helmet. Then I find the video. The guy took a hammer, hit it one time, punched a hole in the helmet, and it was that white styrofoam was the padding inside. I said, hold on. Let me explain something to you. Your head has to be protected. You have to spend a minimum $85 a piece on the helmets. I said, because your head is like a watermelon. You get broadsided by a car or you fly off the scooter, hit your head on the ground, it's over. So I said, now we have to, I could just picture us in a tuk-tuk. All 3 of us got helmets on. I'm not wearing a helmet, but these 2 right here, I don't know.
Almost everything I bought from Lazada was real good. I bought a couple karaoke machines, clothes, toys, and they only messed up a couple times with clothes and a drone.
What happened with the drone? Did you get like a knockoff? It said it was a DJI, and it turned out, you always got to look at the prices, because one time I saw a drone and it was like the top end drone, DJI, I always say it wrong. And I said, no, the price is way, way, way too low. So you're going to get a drone that doesn't even look like the picture. You got to read the reviews. And sometimes you can't trust that. I've been pretty impressed, though, to tell you the truth. With Lazada, I've been amazed. I was like, wow. Lazada's pretty good. You just got to be careful. And I got some pretty nice stuff for cheap prices.
Here, boom. Charlie, I agree. My girlfriend from Bohol uses whitening cream and doesn't go out uncovered and try to be patient and understanding, but it makes me sad. Whitening cream.
Jono said, if my wife leaves me, I'll move there.
Yeah.
All right, you got a plan B. Your wife's not leaving, Jono.
Skin color. So skin color is universal. Stupid. We are all the same, but I want to be tan.
Sue said, I
could afford that, but I'm not carrying around my oxygen.
Sue, let me tell you something. You could hire an assistant, and it might sound cruel to people in the United States or in another country. Average Philippine wage is, I've seen it as low as $2 US a day to $6 US a day. And that is like, you could actually hire an assistant for hardly any money. Say if they're making $6 a day at a Save More supermarket, then you show up and you're paying $12 a day, you just doubled their salary. So and then you would just have to live in an area around here where the air con doesn't go off, and then if it does, it goes off maybe once a month. I think the longest, one time it was off for a whole day. You'd have to live somewhere around here. Sue, you would love it over here.
Yeah.
The people, the caring people.
The drone was shipped with a broke camera.
Oh, the camera was broke.
Yeah. Maybe,
Because of the first ship.
yeah, shipping.
Ship.
It's the number one.
French, Irish, Scottish, Indian, I am. Wait as it goes. Dang, that's a good mix right there. Wow, you got a cool mix. That's super cool. Skin color is universal. Stupid, we are all the same. But I want to be tan. My cousin said, yeah, we're all human. What's skin color got to do with anything? Yeah, Sue, the sun would do you a lot of good. I keep getting on Mom. She's white as a sheet of paper, and, you know, because grandfather, he died before I was born. He got that melanoma, but where he got it from was working in the General Motors plant in the pit, doing overhead welding, and the shield doesn't protect your neck because the radiation bounces off of everything. I could imagine that was back in the war days, like World War II. And he wound up, he's got the same mole on the back of his neck that I got. And it turned into cancer and spread. So yeah, you gotta wear sunblock.
Please, next, smile.
Smile, what's the matter?
Smile,
You know what it is? All right, what time is it now? All right, listen to this.
it's
Starbucks is
9:29.
open. But they're gonna miss you while you're gone.
Yeah.
So you already know what coffee you want. I'm already coffeeed up. Did you drink any coffee this morning?
No.
No.
Evening, last night.
Oh.
Coffee and Coke. But when
No,
I ordered
it's
that
the McDonald's
coffee,
Coke float.
Coke
I
float.
think.
I think coffee
Coffee.
because it tastes like coffee.
That's another thing, the McDonald's over here, like when I was living in Hawaii for 9 years, they have rice, and they got like things you don't even see on the menu anywhere else. They have like a spam egg burger. They got the menu's like, you'll go in there and go, what is all this extra stuff on the menu? I've never seen it before. Philippines has the same thing. The McDonald's have different things on the menu, like the Jollibees is like number one when it comes to fast food. They got the spaghetti, and it's sweet. The sauce has sugar in it. I can't. It's all, if you're brought up eating that, that's what you think is normal.
Sue said I couldn't do that. You should be paid for what you do.
Yeah, but all right, you should get paid for what you do. All right, so you hire somebody that's used to making $3 a day, and you pay them $6. You just doubled their salary. That's the thing. I got a problem too with tipping. When I go out, I'll drop like a $20 or $30 tip, depending on what the bill is. And then my wife's like, "You know how much money that is?" It's you gotta think like you're from the Philippines.
Next.
Bobby, I was no paying attention and bought some toothbrushes. After I bought them, I noticed I bought 200 of term lol. I felt bad for the girl that had to pass them out to the people lol. Taro piece at Hawaiian McDonald's.
Taro pies.
Ay, pies. Can I get a teaching job there?
Why'd you feel bad about buying 200 of them? Just pass them out. That's the thing about toothbrushes. Dane, you know about the Filipinos and their teeth. This one here, I freaked out. I said, man, you better brush those teeth. You're going to be an airline stewardess. You can't be summer teeth or look like a jack-o'-lantern with like a missing tooth. So I said, nah, we're doing a root canal as one of the teeth up front. You can see when you smile. But then you think, oh man, the Kano's spending all this money for a root canal. I think a root canal was like maybe $60. And I couldn't live with myself thinking, we could have saved the tooth for $60. Like, come on. In the United States, that's like a crown or a cap or root canal. That's like $500 and up. Taro pies.
John asked, can I get a teaching job there?
Where are we
I
at?
think, yeah.
Wait a minute, hold on 1 second, I need to. Oh, a teaching job there. John, teaching job online, absolutely. You got a degree?
Yes.
So to, Cambly, you don't need a teaching degree, you just have to be a native speaker of English. Since you have a degree, absolutely, you could hook up with one of the higher end English teachers online. You could set your own schedule, work as much as you want or as little as you want. Definitely, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
And then you can meet people online from all over the world. Definitely. 100%. Taro pies at Hawaiian McDonald's. Yeah, stuff like that. What did I eat last night? I ate a mango pie.
Apple pie.
Okay, apple pie. It's
Yeah.
Jollibee's has the mango pie.
Tuna pie.
Yeah, they got tuna pies, but what they do is it's like a Hot Pocket. And they got a mango pie.
Mango pie.
And instead of heating it up in an oven, they put it in a deep fryer. I know it's heart attack material. And it wasn't soaked in grease. It was so crispy on the outside. I was eating that thing, I almost bit my finger off. It was that good. I said, oh man. I said, this is like the best thing ever. The fries at McDonald's here, freaking horrible. I don't know what it is. I don't know if maybe it's a different, remember they switched the oil on a McDonald's fries because of health consciousness. So something's different about the French fries. McDonald's is a French fries, so you would think they would get all their frozen fries in them giant brown bags from their supplier, but something's different about the French fries here, and it drives me nuts. I try to stay away from McDonald's. I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables and try and stay healthy. I've been like that my whole life. I always eat good.
Sue said, no, $10 hour.
Miss Nix is beautiful even if she has no teeth.
Yeah.
No! No! That's true. I said that too. Dane, I said, Miss Nix, I still love you. They were doing these things on, what is it, TikTok. That's another thing. All the people my age are like, TikTok, what's that stupid shit? I don't understand it. I said, remember the stuff we used to do back in the 80s? And your parents were like, this is the dumbest thing I ever seen. Well, it's like the new thing. So Nix was doing his TikTok thing and it had her face all distorted. Her eyes were like this big. One was over here, one was down here. And her mouth was all twisted. She was like, "Ugh." And I yelled out from the bedroom, I said, Nix, if you look like that, I'd still love you anyway. And I told Isla, if you look like that, I'd still marry you. It's about the personality. Nix, I don't even know she's here. I'm yelling, make some noise, turn the stereo up, do something. I don't even know, half the time I don't even know she's here, which is like the best person you want to live with. I want one.
John said they cook fish in the oil so the fries taste funny. They cook fish in the oil.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Jonna. They use that same oil they cook the
The
fish in,
tuna.
so it's got the residue taste on it.
Tuna pie?
Yeah, whatever they're using, instead of having a different deep fryer, like
Yeah.
put the fries in one vat of oil to deep fry it and then keep it separate, like the stuff you put the fish in.
Yes.
Have like a separate vat of oil. But the way the setup is, you only got so many compartments and the deep fryer. Yeah, I think it's throwing the flavor off.
Yeah. I want one.
You want an assistant, Sue? $10 an hour? Yeah, that's Sue, that's big money in the Philippines. You're making $10 an hour. A Filipino person would just blow their mind. That's, believe it or not, that's a lot of money.
John said she has good teeth.
Yeah, his smile's unbelievable, John.
Filipino food is still really good.
Yeah, I just need to expand my horizons, and because that one place we went to in Dumaguete,
Yeah.
they came out with this bowl. This bowl was huge. I mean, it was just, you could just wear it. It looked like a freaking helmet. It was a giant bowl and it was deep. They had a bone in there. I don't know what part of was that pork or beef?
Pork.
It was this giant bone and it had the marrow in it. And I don't know what part of the animal it was. But the meat was so tender. And then they had all these vegetables in there. Some stuff that I never ate before. And the broth.
Yes.
I was like,
And the food there is like, it's not expensive compared here.
compared to the United States, it's,
And then the amount of food they serve, like, that's a lot of food for a low price. I love fish.
all right. My cousin Sue Matrika asked, what city are you in
United States.
on a map of the country? Like where would you be? All right, we're in, I guess it's Cebu City. If you Google Mac, M-A-C-T-A-N,
Here.
Mactan,
Oh, you type this?
Newtown, Newtown. Best thing to do, you could just Google One Manchester Place, Mactan, Newtown, and then you'll see a picture of the group of condos that we're living in, and the beach is right there. I'm looking out over it's more like a bay. The bay is like right there. The beach, if my legs worked, if I had to walk there, be there in 9 minutes, maybe less, probably about 7 minutes. It's right over there.
That's fine.
Imagine what a condo like this would cost in the United States, and the beach is right there, and you got this view and everything.
Manchester Place, Mactan, Newtown, Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines.
Chick, what do you think of poi? Like when it's like a porridge, like oatmeal in the morning, poi. What do you think of that? And then Dane asked, I own a carpet shampooing business and was making over $50 an hour. Yeah, there's a lot of money, especially look at what happened. Dane, are you in Florida right now? Did you get hit by that storm? I just had a couple friends tell me that first storm didn't really get us, but I think they were right in the path of the second one. My parents wanted to move to Florida and they were hesitant on it. And now they were like, see? And I said, yeah, it's because they wanted to live on the intercoastal. And when you have that surge of the tide coming in, it overflows all those inlets in your backyard where you got your boat tied up out there, and there was like 5-6 feet of water in all these people's houses. But there was a guy down there, he's an architect, he bought up a huge tract of land and then had all this dirt brought in. He was thinking ahead, and he raised the land, because like Florida, I remember being in Orlando and digging a hole in the center of the state, and it started filling up water. So they're playing a joke on me, and they said, "Why'd you break the water line?" And I'm digging, I'm trying to get the water out of the hole, not realizing anywhere you dig in Florida, you're going to wind up, the hole's going to fill up with water. So they're playing a joke on me. I thought I busted a water line. Florida's just a big sandbar out in the middle of the ocean. Oh my goodness. Imagine a tsunami. That's like one of my fears for just people in general. Florida gets hit by a tsunami. Imagine how far inland that wave would go, because there's nothing to stop it. That would be something on a scale that recorded human history. That's happened in the past. Same thing in Portland, Oregon. They have all them faults. They found forest with old growth trees buried under 100 feet of dirt. So when they talk about the San Andreas Fault in California falling in the ocean, and then like Atlantis and all that stuff, it's happened in the past where a whole part of the continent just fell off into the ocean. So you never know. I'm talking about everything now. You guys got any questions? Boys, gross. Yeah, just to eat it plain like that. And you know what's funny is, Island Nicks, they're out there in the jungle, and they started digging up this. I recognized the top of the plant, and Ilo's making me a video. They're digging with the machete, and all of a sudden they started pulling up the tubers, and it's called Gabby. They call it Gabby here, and I said,
Like a taro plant?
yeah, the taro plant. I said they call that poi in Hawaii, and it's a staple for the original Hawaiian people. They eat that poi like Filipinos eat the rice. Hawaiians make really good pork. Poi is not. It's not food. Yeah. Dig the pit out, get that kiawe wood burning, and take the pig, put all the stuff inside of it, spices and everything, wrap it in those banana leaves, get them big flat rocks, put the ashes down in the hole, put the big flat rocks on top of it. Then you got the pig or the wild boar. We used to go wild boar hunting over there with the dogs. I gotta tell you stories about that. Wild boar, like 600 pounds, come running up, and I thought we're all done. Good thing I got a steady hand, and the dogs were holding on to it. It was crazy. So put that thing in a hole, put ashes on top of it, cover it up with some dirt, and let that thing cook for like 2 days. That stringy pork meat. So you guys, lechon, everybody loves the lechon over here. That's the one, they got it on a stick, right up the center of the big metal pole, and they got either a guy out there with a bamboo pole turning it by hand. He gets the shit job. He got to sit there and turn that thing for hours. Or they got the mechanical ones where it's like a big restaurant. They're cooking like, I don't know, 10, 15 pigs at a time. Like a big business. But yeah, the way Hawaiians cook the wild boar or the pig is even better than the way they do it in the Philippines. What I would like to do is, they have wild boars in the Philippines. Find out where we could get a wild boar, and maybe look it up on YouTube, because I kind of remember how to do it. And just go out in the woods or somewhere in the province and dig a hole and just try to be Hawaiian for the day from what I remember. Because that meat, when I ate a wild boar, a pig, In Hawaii, the meat was stringy and it just melted in your mouth. It was just unbelievable. It just blew my mind, John.
Read next.
Pacific Ocean.
Pacific.
Nah. Jono, you gotta help me out on this. This is crazy. I usually know my geography. It's not, Jono, it's not the Pacific Ocean. I know there's this Salton Sea is all the way at the end down there by Mindanao. I think it's different, Sue. It's not the Pacific. That's down there in Florida. One side is the Pacific. That's over there by Sarasota. And when you go up into the Panhandle, that's the Pacific side. And then you got the Atlantic Ocean that's on the other side of Florida by like Daytona Beach and Clearwater. I think it's a different ocean. Yeah, the SM Mall. Back in the 80s, you guys know the United States, malls were a place to be. And here in the Philippines, you go into the malls, it's packed. Tons of people. If you watch Miss Nick's vlog, look at the way the malls look inside. There's thousands of people in there. It's crowded.
The SM Seaside, like it's a ship. The form of that mall.
Yeah, it's shaped like a ship. The architect built the building to look like a ship.
Yes.
Yeah, John's right. Hawaiians make the best. It's definitely the best.
Mm-hmm.
I got a headache every time in the last 2 weeks. Oh, Dane got hit by the storm, but it wasn't as bad as Irma. Yeah, Irma. That was the bad one. Wow. Dane's 10 acres deep in the woods, about a mile from the street. Wow, that's nice. And I am all the way uphill. And oh, there you go. That's a good spot. Location, location, location. You don't have to worry about flooding. Cousin Sue said thanks next. Charlie, it's my dad's name. I was on a construction site one time when a worker accidentally drank from the chew bottle. Oh my God. I bet you spit that out really quick. How about in a college fraternity when you get the hazing? They got that thing in the frat house. It's a big brass spittoon where everybody's spit's going in there. They'll have it like out on a porch or sometimes right in the living room, and they make you drink a couple cups of everybody's spit. And then they do that in the military too. I don't know. The hazing with the drinking, there's been a lot of kids that have died from alcohol poisoning. That's sad. You go to college, you know, it's like, that's why Dane was saying he misses the college days, because you got a lot of partying going on, hanging out, and you know how it is. So, but some of these kids, you know, they're young, dumb, and full of cum, whatever. They don't realize that's a military saying, but they don't realize their tolerance. You can't pound in like hard alcohol, and they wind up dying. Or they got these talking about friends. You don't have a friend making you throw up to get it out, or you leave somebody passed out on their back and I shouldn't be saying like drowning your vomit or just go into a coma. It's terrible. A lot of kids die like that in college, but gotta educate your kids, you know.
Next.
Playing with your microphone. So it's
Go.
the sound. It's probably the sound is all.
No, like
But if you're moving this around, it's going.
maybe.
Just clip it up here.
No, if I'm going to clip here.
It's good. It's not going to drag your thing down.
Alright.
Relax. You all right?
Maybe it's because of the sound.
No,
Yeah.
because when you move it around, it's like, you'll hear it in the
Yeah.
video. When you watch it, it'll be like,
Oh yeah.
I have 20 wild hogs on my land. Yeah, that's, do you, like the game warden, say if you shot a hog in Hawaii, they had a program, because it's not a natural species to Hawaii, it was ruining a lot of land, because they eat roots and they push rocks around and dig up all the natural vegetation. I remember in Hawaii, if you would bring the Bureau of Land Management or somebody a wild boar, they would pay you. And they were hiring people to try and knock back the population of wild boars over there. Same thing in Florida, they were having a problem.
Over
Gulf of Mexico, Sue.
15 viewers. Ooh. I just subscribed to Miss Next Vlog. Thanks, John. Oh. We're live 2 hours and 53 minutes. Then, when I was in college, we did the simple things like the potty raids, so on. Panty raid.
He said panty raids.
Yeah. Then, yeah, so I was in Bangor College, and yet 18-year-old died. She walked back to school after the party and froze to death. We can kill and eat, no question asked.
Wow, Dane's on the Gulf side,
Yeah.
45 minutes from Tampa. That's good. I like the Gulf is a lot better than the East Coast of Florida. The oceans, the color, and the temperature, I think it's way better. Thank you, Jono, for subscribing to my sister's channel there.
Yeah. We're live 2 hours, boo.
That's cool.
Yes.
Keep going. So what time is it? It's,
In Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time.
8?
Yeah.
4, right?
8:54
Okay. Gulf of Mexico.
p.m.
When I was in college, we did the simple things like. I lived in a girls' dorm at a University of Hawaii for 3 months. I tell you stories about that. I can't even
9
talk about it.
It's almost 9 p.m. Bo.
10.
Oh,
14 viewers. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Please,
it. You have
yeah.
no idea how much we appreciate it.
Yes, guys. Please subscribe to Bobby's Angels and Miss Next Vlog. We have a lot of dolphins on the Gulf side.
Yeah, I remember seeing dolphins over there when I was in Bradenton, Sarasota. What's the other place? I want to say Marco Island.
Marco.
Oh, Dane lived in a co-ed dorm.
Coded dog.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, especially on the weekends. Go ahead and ask some questions.
Yeah.
There is no such thing as a dumb question. Ask questions. They used to call me Curious George back in the day. I was curious about everything. Looks like they're painting the building next door, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Is that what they're doing?
Yep. Because look at on that side, like the painting is.
A lot of the windows, we got hit by, what was that storm that hit? This
Rai.
Yeah, Rye, the storm Rye hit this neighborhood where I'm at, Mactan, Newtown. It blew the windows. Doesn't seem like too many windows came out of this building, but if you go out front on the main road, there's what's the name of that motel?
Belmont.
The Belmont?
And then
The Belmont got hit. I
what
mean,
is
like.
that?
30
Savoy.
The Savoy and the Belmont got hit. I would say 30% of the big windows just got blown out. And I was thinking that they have this special glass. When the sun beats on the side of the building we're on, the temperature in the condo goes up quick. So I don't think they have that expensive glass, like that thermally insulated glass with the gas in between.
Every weekend was wild. In co-ed dorm.
And holidays.
College girls gone
always
wild.
And I'm happy to meet you, Sandy Hook has tons of seals again.
Yeah, back when we were kids, Sue, there was like no sea lions. I think they migrated. California's got a problem with sea lions hanging out on the boats and the docks and everything and on the beaches. So now I think because the climate's changing, I think they migrated down the coast. Now they're starting to show up in Sandy Hook and everything. Same thing with like the sharks. You start hearing about shark attacks in North and South Carolina. There was never like sharks coming in close like that attacking swimmers. But that place is, it's more popular now. You got more development, more people are moving down there. So anytime you got more people in the water, you're gonna attract sharks. Shark attacks are rare. I don't know. It's just, I got two fears, being eaten by a great white shark or a tiger shark, and I can see the land, and I'm yelling for help, and I can see that big eye and the thing come out of the water. Maybe it was the movie Jaws, and then burning to death in a fire and being stuck in a high-rise building. I think 9/11 did that to me. I couldn't even imagine. Tons of seals again, wow.
Terrible.
Bobby, I fell from a third-story apartment building because a girl ran for her ball and tripped on the ladder. I went down. Wow, so you were up on a ladder, Dane, and a girl knocked the ladder out from underneath you? You're lucky to be alive. If you would have snapped your neck. I'm a paraplegic, so that means my legs don't work. Like Christopher Reeves, the famous actor, being a quadriplegic. Your arms don't work. No, lose the use of your hands. You're trapped in your body totally. I couldn't even imagine. You guys have typhoons. Typhoon is just another name for a hurricane. You guys have typhoons, and yeah, that's it, Sue. Same exact thing, except a different name. The word typhoon, when you say the word typhoon in New Jersey or New York or in the United States, everybody's like, they think it's on a whole nother level. It's the same thing. Like, a guy was supposed to come with me on the trip over here and stay, help me. I was going to put him up in a place, and he chickened out the last minute. But he's like, they got typhoons over there. They got dengue over there. Dengue is it's like malaria, like a virus that's transmitted by mosquitoes. You get like body aches and it could be like a high fever. It could be deadly. They got a vaccination for it. So he went and got all the vaccinations for like hepatitis A, B, C, the dengue virus shot. He got a whole bunch of vaccinations. I don't believe in vaccinations. So he's like, what about the dengue? What about this? What about that? I said, no, I'm good. I said, you do have to be careful about mosquitoes over here. And malaria, if you Google malaria, malaria has killed more people than all the wars of the world combined. That's crazy. The smallest insect is the most deadliest thing on the planet.
Oh yeah, she screamed because I scared her.
Yeah, hamburgers will kill you way before that shark. See, John knows about animals and wildlife and everything. Your chances of getting eaten by a shark is pretty much like your chances of winning the lottery. But yeah, food, fast food. We ate McDonald's, McDo, like they call it over here in the Philippines last night. I would say once a month in the Philippines, and maybe twice a month at the most in the United States. Yeah, that fast food is just any kind of processed food. I'm teaching the ladies about a good diet and taking a multivitamin, not a crappy vitamin like Solgar, Solgar. Sue, your mom got my mom taking those vitamins, and I swear by them. That vitamin B complex, they work. But definitely, Jono, the fast food is, and hypertension, high blood pressure. If you've seen some of the videos, my blood pressure is sky high. I finally caved in and started taking a metotropol, or whatever they call it, because I was having blurry vision, which means that the high blood pressure is affecting my eyes. I don't want to be a blind person. And then I'd be like, what does she look like? I don't need to go down that road. So I just, finally I gave in, and the plan is to exercise. We got a gym downstairs, and I got to do a couple other things before I could start swimming again.
Yeah.
Got to get my cardio up to lower the blood pressure, because the blood pressure medication is just masking the symptoms. It's not fixing it. It's all through diet and exercise.
You read next. Excuse me guys, I need to. You read next.
Hi Bobby, new subs here. Hi Angels, forgive me for not keeping up, but where are you living in the Philippines?
Blockchain circles. Crypto man here. The blockchain's pretty cool. Our wedding certificate lives on the blockchain. And we got the QR code so you could look it up and everything. I thought that was pretty cool. It's out of Utah. They're up with the technology. Let me sub here. Yeah, remember I said goodbye last week. I was in the other room.
No, I did okay. The ground stopped me from falling more yes, many of times I should have died. Doctors really can't believe I am still alive and walking. I have had so many MRIs and x-rays all over. Sue, from Sue, was COVID a thing there? A thing there.
All right, hold on, let me catch up on the questions here. All right, blockchain circles. That's okay. You know, I forgive you. Forgive everybody. Where are you living in the Philippines? It's Cebu City, but the town or province, I don't know. I always get it mixed up. It's Mactan, Newtown, M-A-C-T-A-N, New, N-E-W-T-O-W-N. Just Google that area, Mactan, Newtown. It's Mega World Corporation. They're a big developer, and I think they're out of Manila. They started up a bunch of projects around here. If you got dropped off, say if you were kidnapped in the United States and they blindfolded you, put you on an airplane, and got you right out in the front street here and took off the blindfold and said, all right, try to identify the location you're at. There'd be no way to figure it out. They have sidewalks. They have a sewer system. My cousin was asking, did you get hit with the flood? It's almost like being in the United States. Wide sidewalks, nice street, brand new buildings, a beach right down the road. If I was coming to the Philippines for the first time,
I would definitely highly recommend Mactan Newtown. You can get a condo anywhere's a studio for about $450, and it goes up from there. It's a good place to live. And another place is Cebu IT Park. That's another place to look into. Manila's kind of hectic. I don't know. It would be a good place to visit, but I don't know if I would want to live there. Yeah, you got lucky, Dane, that you didn't die. Thank God. MRIs, I've had a boatload of them and x-rays all over. Was COVID a thing there? All right, here's the thing about COVID. Philippines was one of the last Asian countries to open up for tourism, and they just got rid of the mask thing where you had to wear a mask in public. And then I remember Nick and my wife tried to go to a couple restaurants and they wouldn't let them in because they had to show the vaccination card. Finally, they're starting to catch up and they're lightening up on it. Now they finally got rid of the mask rule. I don't believe that the mask is really gonna, I really don't want to talk about it, because if you believe in a mask and a dust mask, a piece of paper will save you. I had COVID twice. Sue, I think Nicholas had COVID 2 or 3 times, because you can catch it more than once. I didn't get sick real bad until I had the second shot. And it got me really sick because my immune system was already primed up and ready for COVID. So when I took that second shot, it just blew me out of the water. I was so sick. And I had the COVID the first time when the rate went sky high in New York. The people that were trying to help me, when they would show up, they were from Newark. And Newark, they were in a hot spot down there with a lot of cases. Had high blood pressure, and the doctor said, I can die. Gave me the pills. Yeah, the pills. That's the thing. It's the 2 worst evils. The only reason, Dane, I took the pills was my vision. I'd be watching TV and it was like double vision, like the words were blurry. So what I need to do is, I need to man up and get downstairs to the gym, start doing some cardio. The wife's helping me with the flexation of my legs because I have foot drop and my knee only bends to a 90-degree angle. That's because I laid in bed for like 3.5 years without moving my legs. John O. wrote, I am big on growing my own vegetables here. Healthy lifestyle is mostly about it's all about what you eat. Like, remember the old saying back in the 80s, you are what you eat? That's,
Yeah.
John, you know. John's smart. It's like putting bad gas in a car. You put bad gas in a car, what happens? The car runs like shit. Same thing with your body. It's all about nutrition. Nutrition, exercise, stretching, meditation. I don't know, I might get a couple people saying, oh, he's a vegan. And John, what do you think about never eating meat, legumes, and just a vegetarian diet with no meat? I think that's a good thing. And Mom freaked out. What are you telling me, not to eat a steak and chicken's good for you? I said, no, we're kind of born into it. So that's, as a young person, it's what you eat, and you just kind of grow up like that. I think to live the longest and the healthiest would be just a diet of beans, fruits, vegetables, a lot of water, exercise, in a perfect world.
Here.
Blockchain circles. I remember saying goodbye to me on Nick's stream last week. Nothing wrong with your memory, Bobby. Thanks for the info. I will definitely check out Mactan. Never been to Cebu, just Manila.
Yeah,
Manila.
blockchain circles, I think you would really like it here. I have no complaints about this place whatsoever. I made the right decision. Should have sold out Bitcoin about 70. It'll go to 100K. It's just, and that when that one exchange went under, whew, man. I had owned some Bitcoin when it was like $300 back in the day.
Boom.
I asked my
3
server.
hours. Boom.
That's cool. Let's keep going.
Yeah, okay. So, you read next?
I asked my server to show me her vaccination card. They got mad. I had COVID 3 times next weeks.
3 times.
Who's that?
So,
So,
3 times.
oh.
They say in baseball, 3 strikes you're out. Thank God, Sue, that you
Yeah.
made it. Like they say, when it's your time to go, there's nothing gonna stop it, no vaccination.
How about in the beginning when they said, everybody get vaccinated, and all of a sudden it's like, everybody's like, wait a minute, wasn't a vaccination supposed to prevent me from catching this virus? SARS virus came out in I don't know if anybody remembers, there was a big outbreak in New York City and New Jersey in the United States with the SARS virus. It wasn't as contagious last time because where it came from this time, I don't know if I want to open that can of worms. It's been altered. Gain of function, it got out of the laboratory and it spread like wildfire. A lot of people on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and the amount of people paying into it, it's not adding up. They got to get rid of a lot of people. And then Mom freaked out. The United States wouldn't do something like that. But you send kids to war to fight for the price of gasoline and oil, so that's kind of like political stuff.
John, Miss Next is using her camera to fix her hair.
Busted.
She's cute. Right, John? I never caught COVID and I'm around my students every day. It's
Because you
good.
got a good immune system, Jono. John, can I ask you a question? Did you get vaccinated? I did not want to get vaccinated. I was fighting that tooth and nail. And they kept, now you could come to the Philippines unvaccinated. You just have to have that test 48 hours before you get on the airplane. I'm totally against the vaccination. I caved in, got married online. I didn't want to leave Iowa hanging. Iowa was like, it's God's perfect timing. And I said, you know what? Free will, it's time for me to get on the airplane. I remember on that airplane, I met a couple gentlemen at the airport, Reggie and Steve-O. They saved the day. They were carrying my luggage. I had a boatload of luggage. I brought an electric wheelchair and a regular wheelchair. And they showed up. Steve-O helped me out. Steve-O was sitting to the left on a window seat. Reggie was right in front of me. Thank you, fellas. My buddies. Jono said 3 times.
Okay.
So you got both of them in the booster.
He's a science guy, so I have no problem with vaccination.
Yeah, my thing is the mRNA. I'm like old school. I believe in the old school vaccinations where they give you a form of the dead virus But when they start tweaking the DNA in it, that's what my concern was.
Dane, I will never get the vaccine. I know most hit that thought, but I refuse to get the vaccine. To me, things just don't add up.
I don't blame you. Jono said, I love beef, but I'll be a vegetarian when I'm old. There you go. That's the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I love beef. That's the thing about the Philippines. You can get good beef over here, but you're going to pay top dollar. You're going to pay about 3 times what you would pay in the United States. I got to find a farmer, just like you find a connection at the fish dock where they go way out. They bring in like big tuna, like 40 pounds and up, and just buy a whole tuna, cut it up in tuna steaks and freeze it. Same thing with the beef. Maybe I could locate a farmer that grows beef cattle and work out some kind of, I just pictured a big side of beef hanging, like in the Rocky movie, right? Hanging somewhere is in here. Where are we gonna put it, right?
Here. Blockchain. Bobby, you were into Bitcoin before I was. Was that bond Gox? Gox? You were talking about another big exchange just went down.
FTX, yeah. Man.
FTX.
When I saw that, I just said, oh, here we go. And then Binance, I guess there's a bad blood between them 2 different exchange owners. He knew when the right time to pull it out and just say, look, I'll help you out of your liquidity situation and back you up. And that just caused the bottom to fall out. And then he changed his mind. He said, nah, sorry for your luck. That's terrible. Everybody panicked, sold, and then a lot of people were leveraged. And when it started going down, they had to sell.
Hate typos. Not old 18, been 18 a while now.
Yeah, I'm an old head with the crypto.
Is the water safe to drink there? No.
No, I wouldn't drink the water. What's strange is about this condo, they have soft water.
Yeah.
So they're putting salt in it or something because it's so hard. Save money on soap. Like we get that liquid soap and I put it on a special washcloth, start lathering it up, and it's like bubbles everywhere. Look like a snowman in the shower. Just loaded up with soap. And I'm rinsing, and you could just feel, you get that slimy feeling on you with the salt water. That's why our water bill's so high. I'll be in the shower for like an hour trying to get that soap residue off. So the water here, they're doing something to it. The tap water, so what they do is, got the big plastic 5-gallon drums that you put on top of a water cooler. You'll see them in offices or buildings, or some people have them at home. Like, I guess the Culligan, man. That's water in Florida. There's water, what do they call them? Water depots or places where you could pick up water around here. How much does the 5-gallon jug of water, drinking water, cost?
25 each
25
gallon.
pesos.
Yeah. Like,
So 25 pesos is 50 cents.
yeah.
For 50 cents, you get a 5-gallon jug of drinking water. Always make sure the angels use it for cooking, because a little bit of that water, I'm just like, I don't even brush my teeth. You slowly got to build up your resistance. Like eventually I'll use the tap water to brush my teeth, but just being fresh off the boat from the United States over here, you got to be careful with the tap water. Eventually I'm going to start, what I got to do is
once a week use the tap water and then wait a little bit and then twice a week and just build up my resistance to it, my immune system. And so for showering, the water is great. But for drinking water, I would not drink the water out of any faucet in the Philippines. I don't know, some people say you can, some people say you can't. When the ladies were living in the province where they were born and raised, they used to have to go up, was it up in a mountain there?
Yes.
They had to go up in a mountain and fill up jugs with water and lug them, Nix used to lug them big ass jugs of water bigger than she is, carry them things all the way down the mountain back to the house before she would walk pretty far to school, right?
Yeah. How far, Nix?
From house to my
The
school,
school.
I think it takes 1 hour if I'm going to walk. Yeah.
That's another thing. I hate to say it, but you guys know in the United States, there's a lot of obesity from fast food restaurants. Everybody's going 100 miles an hour, don't want to cook, don't have time to vegetables, all this stuff. They got a million excuses. You don't see a lot of overweight Filipinos
$7.
because they walk. You were born to exercise, born to walk, move something, do something, get out there and move. So I was never seeing the people in the United States. It's like when you go out to a mall, you don't see like hardly any overweight people. So like look at Nix. She's a kid, she's out there, gotta go get like 15 gallons of water, go up the mountain, back down the mountain. And the spring, it was like a natural spring, like a rock formation. And then they put bamboo cut in half and jammed it in a hole where the rock, where water was bubbling out of the rock. I said, maybe that's what made the angels so beautiful. I said, something in the water? Like, what's going on? That's like the Fountain of Youth in Florida or something? Like, what's going on? The secrets in the water. And in the Philippines, they have these natural, like, springs and the rocks. There's a lot of minerals and stuff in some of these natural springs. And it's the Ring of Fire in the Philippines. It's all volcanic. So some of these are hot springs where you could sit in there and do the mud. That's what we got to do for a vlog one day. We got to go to the mud baths and just slather the mud on and sit in there and cook. That's good for you. I wish there was one close where we could get there easier.
Dane, I would never be able to shower there if I had to sit down and hold the shower head. Talking about blockchain, talking about meat, I gave up meat 6 years ago. I'm vegetarian, so I eat fish. Sorry, Fox, no lechon for me. Healthy food can be delicious too.
No.
Okay.
Blockchain circles, I agree with you 100%. That's the way to do it. 6 years, more power to you, bro. That's super good. Fish is definitely the way to go.
Dane, I have 2 bathrooms here and both have full bath with garden tub and shower.
Wow. That's nice. Place sounds nice where you're at, Dane.
Next is scared on the tub.
Oh yeah. So for my birthday, Mom said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "No, I don't need to do nothing for my birthday. It's thank God I made it another year." So I sent the ladies to the Shangri-La Hotel. You could actually see it from the balcony. It's down that direction, down the coast. We share the same coastline over here. And Shangri-La is like a real high-end, I guess it's like a 5-star hotel. So it's funny, if you watch the one video about the Shangri-La Hotel, the angels went in the bathroom, it just cracked me up. And then there was a makeup mirror, it was round. That's the one that makes your head look like it's like a magnifier.
Magnifier.
So Nix looked at it, she says, "T, look at how big it makes my head." And I'm dying laughing. So then I was telling Isla, I said,
Nick's has never took a bath. Like, you know, they shower out in the province, you got the hose and everything, and they got the bucket with the water. So I said, make sure Nick's takes like a hot bath, because they got hot water. So Nick's was like, I ain't going nowhere. So I'm like, on Messenger trying to figure out what's going on. All of a sudden I heard the word coffin. And Mom was over visiting, she said, well, think about it. If you never saw a bathtub up close and in person, what does it look like to you? I said, shit, a coffin. I said, I never even thought of that. So I'm over here dying laughing, and I'm trying to convince Isla. I said, nah, Nick's got it. You got to try new things. So then later, Isla was in the bathtub. She's kicked back, hot water, just relaxing there. I said, light some candles, read a book, whatever. Then she started looking up at the wall and saw that magnifier. She said, I think there's cameras in the thing. But that's smart though, because if you know anything about motels and hotels, you could have a camera nowadays with electronics. You could have them in a smoke detector. So I made a joke. I said, I'm watching you ladies in an apartment. Here from the app on my phone, I got cameras installed in the smoke detectors and I'm watching you. So be on your best behavior. I was just busting her chops. But I told Isla, I said, no, that's true that you said that when you said something about a camera and that magnifier. I said, what they do is they get on the other side of that wall, and they scratch that mercury or that coating off, and they got like a little pinhole camera in there. So that's common for peeping Toms to be in somebody's, you know, it doesn't matter what kind of motel. It could be 5-star, 10-star, it don't matter. There's weirdos everywhere you go. There's a lot of warriors out there and weird people, so I think in some states in the United States, you're allowed to put a hidden camera in a smoke detector, and one of my buddies says, I got them in every room in my apartments that I rent out. And I said, look at you, so I want to make sure they're not doing damage, or I said, yeah, right. I said, in the bedroom too. I said, you go into the house and there's like a smoke detector in every single room. Wait a minute. Something's not right here. So you never know who's watching with cameras. What's funny is you pull out a camera to vlog. I was in a pharmacy when I was getting vaccinated, and I asked the lady, I said, can I put you on camera? Oh, no, I don't want to be on camera. And I just went like this. She goes, what's that? I said, look up. And then she looked up, she goes, you know what, I didn't realize. I said, there's not even a blind spot back here. I said, they see everything you do the minute you come into work till the time you leave. So I said, you're worried about me putting you on camera? You're on candid camera 24/7. Then you walk out on the main road, they got cameras on all the, it's like it's the sci-fi. Cameras everywhere, it's like China.
I want to say something
United States spies just as much as
about the coffin.
Coffin.
Like the tub.
I'm scared to try the bathtub because I saw a movie that horror movie that there's a blood on the bathtub, so that's why I don't want.
See how that movies get you, like Jaws got me. I was scared to go in the freaking swimming pool. Sue, I was scared to go in your pool over there in Linden. I thought there was a big ass shark in the pool when I was a kid. So Nick saw the horror movie full of blood. There's a lady in there bleeding to death. He said, oh, hell no, I'm not getting in that tub. It put that thought in her head, in her subconscious. 5 gallons of water here is $7. Look at the difference in price. $7. Well, my thing is, if I ever start drinking out of them 5-gallon jugs, I got to go meet the owner of the water, what do they call it, a water center? Where do you get the big 5-gallon jugs?
Oh yeah, like the, what do you call that, drinking, what do you call that next? Drinking water station?
Water station.
Yeah.
So they have water stations, and they'll deliver the water. They take your empties and you bring back full ones, and they're supposed to clean out the jugs and everything. So my thinking is
Or filling station.
Refilling
Yeah,
station.
like
a filling station, like a gas station. You're on the other side of the planet, so when you think filling station, you're thinking gas. So I would go down there personally and say, listen, I'm going to be a good customer. I'm going to buy a lot of water. I need to see the filters, because they got like a 3-stage filter. They got 3 of the cellulose filters, small micron, medium, large particles. Then they got the UVA and B or whatever that kills the viruses and the bacteria in the water. That's a special light that penetrates the clear tube that it runs through to kill the pathogens or whatever. Because you got to watch out, right? So poverty and money situation, maybe these people at the water station skimp on changing the filters regularly. I don't know if it's monitored by the state and kickbacks, and maybe to pay somebody off they don't want to change. The filters aren't cheap, they're disposable. So I'd have to make sure that that's a legit water station to be getting these giant 5-gallon jugs. Right now I'm just drinking, show them the bottled water. That's
Distilled.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's the water, distilled brand. I like it for some reason.
Drinking
But it's
water.
not like distilled water you put in radiators and cars or irons. Mom was saying distilled water is not good to drink, but I don't think it's like distilled water like it is in the United States.
Yeah. Dane Lolsu, I love my garden tub. It is great for bubble bath. I use the garden tub at least once a week. My shower will rip your skin off. It's hard water. Sounds good.
The pressure.
Oh yeah, the pressure.
We got good water. That's another thing. When you come to the Philippines, I was telling my wife, I said, listen, flush the toilets and check the water pressure. And the hot water heater wasn't working, and the lady in charge of the apartment refused to fix the hot water. It's not a big hot water tank like in the United States. It's a little box with a coil in it. So as the cold water is entering, it's got a superheated coil in there, and it just lets it out the other end. So it broke, and they tried to pretend they were fixing it, but I know what they were doing. They were stalling till the Kano showed up, because they know I'm not taking a cold shower. So the day I got here, I started getting all fired up. I said, listen, sir will be there in an hour. Bam, and it was fixed. And sometimes you got to purge it. There's sand in the water here. That's another reason why I won't drink it. There's freaking sand that clogs up the shower heads. So I don't know how deep the well is or where this water is coming from. Another strange thing is we saw a giant water truck showing up over here. I couldn't figure, a big stainless steel tanker truck. I'm like, where's that water going?
Blockchain FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried used $10 billion of customer funds to do risky trade on his other trading company. He could get jail time. Regulation incoming. Crypto will take some time to recover.
Yeah, exactly. You said it.
Blockchain circles. Jaws ruined me as a kid. I'm still afraid to swim even in a swimming pool. Just creeps me out. Best movie ever though. Yeah.
I had the ladies watch it. They said, what are we watching? I said, it's a movie, Jaws. And when that guy said you need a bigger boat, and that freaking shark was on the back, and then the guy slid down and had him by the leg, and he's like, ah! They were like, holy shit. I said, there you go right there. So I know what you're saying. My cousin, that's on her Sumatrica, they had a pool in her backyard. Now, how is a big great white shark going to be in the pool? I don't even care. Nope. And then, so one day I'm thinking about the Jaws movie, and my Uncle Ray, Susan's dad, used to put the ladder on the front of the garage and sneak up the peak of the roof. Remember that, Sue? He would come running down the roof. You wouldn't even see him coming. He was a big dude. He probably weighed about 260 pounds. Not fast. This is a big dude. My uncle, he jumps, lands right in the center of the pool, giant cannonball, and I'm just thinking, it's the shark. It's like want to walk on water to get out of the pool. Yeah, that movie, that stuck in a lot of people's head, Jaws.
If Miss Next had a bubble bath just one time, she would love it too much. She would want one every day.
That's what I was trying to convince them.
John Robert, I have to go and make my wife dinner. It was good seeing you again.
Likewise, Jono, it's been real. I love you, brother. Take care. I'll talk to you soon, John.
I'm glad we started talking again. I can't wait for you to come over and visit. We gotta do some, I was telling Isla, they caught a blue marlin on one of the bunker boats, and it was pretty big. The guy pulled it in with a hand line. We're talking like 250-pound blue marlin. I said, that's the kind of fishing I want to do when my buddy Jono gets over here. We'll charter a boat, because the Philippines, you're not going to get that big fish. You got to go off the coast, get into a couple thousand feet of water out there. We'll probably spend the night out there. Probably take about a day to get to the good spot. And we'll do some serious fishing for some big
yeah.
stuff.
Dane, Bobby, you should get the girls to watch the Hills Have Eyes. Hills?
I was thinking about that the other day. You said the cabin. When we got off the line, I started telling Nixon Isla about, who's the guy?
Yeah.
The guy, the author of the books and the science fiction movies I was telling you about. Dane, you gotta refresh my memory.
Yeah, I forgot.
Remember the guy's name? I told him all about it. I said, Dane's right. I said some of the best horror movies, books.
What is that book, Snakes?
King Stevie.
King?
No, it's his name has King in it.
John said, I'll reach out to you outside of YouTube.
All right, brother. Tell the wife I said hello. Give her a hug for me. I'll talk to you soon tonight, John. Just curious. I'm being nosy.
Stephen.
What are you making for dinner tonight? Then you could jump off. I'm curious. What's the courses? I gotta find out what John was eating tonight. Cabin in the woods. That's it. Stephen King. That's it. Stephen King. I told him all about it. I said, this guy is like phenomenal. The horror stories and the books he wrote and the movies. The one with I think there's one with a clown too.
Chinese soup? Sue said Joe's was fakiest.
We're gonna watch The Hills tonight. You got it. My
Is that a
cousin-
horror movie?
Yes, The Hills Have Eyes. Yeah.
Well, maybe Nick's like that because she likes horror movie.
You gotta have Nick's sleeping with one eye.
The original
Dying
Hills
laughing.
was best. The original one.
Okay.
John said
Chinese soup. What's in the Chinese soup? Is it shiitake? No, that's Japanese. Mushrooms in a soup or no? What's the ingredients? Wolf is asking like 20 questions. I knew it was. I got a big mouth. Once I said we got to do the live stream. What do you guys think about a live stream? I got to get more subs.
Yeah.
2 times a week to start.
Blockchain, one of the best horror films ever.
Rosemary's Baby, yeah.
Rosemary's Baby.
How about that? What was that old one where the lady's head was spinning? That Exorcist. That was another crazy one too. Rosemary's Baby, yeah, I remember that. That was crazy.
The funny thing, Bobby, is Stephen King's wife writes children's books. Stephen King, the author of that books.
Wow, children's books. Well, there's 2 opposite ends of the spectrum there.
John, everything goes in Chinese soup. Fish, chicken, pork, egg,
Egg noodles.
noodles.
Wow.
Texas changed, so
Massive. Guess what, Jono? Babe, you know what we're having for dinner tonight?
yeah, Chinese.
We're having some Chinese
Chinese
soup. Everything, like Elon Musk, everything in the kitchen sink's gonna go in the Chinese soup tonight.
Chinese soup.
All right, John. You have a good night. I'll talk to you soon.
Movie.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, yeah, I remember that.
We're almost 4 hours time.
Okay. If y'all got any questions, I think we'll make it around, it'll be 11 o'clock here, 15 more minutes.
Yeah, 15 more minutes, guys.
And then, future Filipino wife happy.
Wow.
Shh, don't tell the wife.
My goodness. Can't reveal the plan. Gotta remain anonymous. Yeah, Filipinos are something special. John knows. He's over there in Hawaii. He's gonna retire
Right
in
now?
Hawaii. No, he's got 5 more years, 1,500 and some odd days. Or was it 300?
Yeah.
Remember, it's not that sharp. It's numbers. I try to get the numbers out of my head. That's the market. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm glad Lucid's holding up. That's that Saudi Arabian money. He said I'll make my future Filipino wife happy. That's
Dane
hilarious.
said, Bobby, you know what? You would make a good live stream. Do it at night while the girls are watching horror movies so we all can laugh at how they act.
There you go.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Yeah.
When we watch The Hills, I'm
Yes.
gonna have a couple like 3 angles. We got 3 cameras,
Yes.
so we get, even if they try to hide their face with the pillow.
Blockchain. Stephen King's son writes horror too. Calls himself Joey Hill. He rolled at night horror movie with Ethan Hawke, The Black Phone.
Oh yeah, we just watched that movie.
Done?
That's the one when they were in the basement and the phone was on the wall. Remember, the guy was in the van, he had the balloons?
Is that a horror?
Babe, we just watched it. Uh-oh,
I forget. What is the title?
the black phone.
Oh yeah, I remember
Yeah, we
the
just
Black
watched it.
Phone.
Whoa, yeah.
Yes.
Whoa. That was, how many days ago?
That is the last movie that we watched.
Yeah, that was like 4 days ago.
Yeah, like that.
We just watched that movie. I got a VPN, right? And so we watched it on Tubi, on the free movie channel. Because I was irritated. That's another thing. If you come here, get a VPN. And you got to get a good one. You can't get Google VPN. You got to get like a different one. Get one that's I don't trust nobody, but get one that's got a good rating and do your research. Get a VPN. Because Philippine Netflix, I don't really like Netflix anyway. The stock went down a lot. I've never owned Netflix, but
Night, John.
got to get a good VPN. Good night, John.
So peace out.
Love you, brother.
So Dane is funny. Is a funny guy. Dane, I love. I spit on your grave.
Yeah, that's another. They was telling us about that movie. We got to check that one out too. I got all these movies on a wish list. I just clicked it out and put it on a wish list as you were naming the movies.
I watch a lot on Couch Tuner.
Peace out, Sue. Hang loose. I love you, Susan. I'll talk to you soon.
What is that? Tubi?
Yeah, Tubi. There's
Tubi,
Tubi,
Peacock.
Crackle, Peacock. I got a problem. Peacock's got some kind of servers where I showed up in the United States. I was in California, and then I switched it to Seattle, Washington. But no matter what I tried, I kept getting this message, and it wouldn't let me watch Peacock, and it was irritating the shit out of me. I was like, man, I can't get around this. They caught on to it. So we got Tubi, Popcorn, what's that? Oh God, there's so many. I got like 5 apps of television and free movies. And what's funny is, if you try to watch Tubi in the Philippines without the VPN, it says these movies have expired, but in the United States, they're still playing on Tubi. It's on this phone.
You can watch that here. Blockchain.
Pluto TV is another one. Sling, Peacock, I already said that one. But yeah, there's a boatload of them. But the thing is, if you don't have a VPN, all the good movies on Tubi are expired or no longer playing. Same thing with Pluto, and it blocks a lot of stuff. The Netflix, Philippine Netflix has like this many movies. The United States Netflix has a boatload of movies. Not that I really like Netflix too much. I think it's overrated. They're getting into a bunch of different. Peaky Blinders was the one that I liked on
Blockchain.
Netflix.
Bobby, I think the girls wish that I stop talking and everyone else and stop encouraging you to keep going on a stream.
Who
Huh?
said that?
Blockchain.
No, that's what it's about. Let us keep asking questions. That's how we get to know each other a little bit. That's a good thing. No, I appreciate it. No.
Shoes and hearts.
Good night, John. I'll see you soon.
Dang. Christine, awesome movie. Tubi is my favorite peacock because everything black. Oh.
Dane is a funny guy. He told Sue, he said, dream of me.
Tubi is Sue's favorite movie app.
Yeah, they seen all the movies, like Clint
Yeah.
Eastwood movies. We're watching
Yes.
Dirty Harry movies and all that stuff from back in the day.
It's free on Tubi.
Yeah, they won't show up. If you don't have the VPN,
Yes.
you'll get like maybe a tenth of the movies. You gotta have that VPN. Christine was an awesome movie.
Christine?
Is that the one with the car, where the car came to life? Christine?
Oh, Christine was written by Stephen King.
I think that's the one about the car, the old school muscle car. That was a crazy movie.
Oh, where's that? Flex.
But, yeah.
Flex. Filipina blockchain. Filipino women are the
Heard of
best
them.
women in the world. Thank you, blockchain. Dane, yes. Oh, good night, Dane the insane.
You said it all, blockchain circles. Filipino women are the best women on the planet. You're not kidding. You are not kidding. You got that right. I agree with you 1,001%, for sure. Susik, nice and insane. We're all insane. It's like one who flew over the cuckoo's nest, for sure, for me. I'm just waiting for the big Indian guy to show up and tear the sink out and throw it through the wall. Jack Nicklaus, that's another movie we gotta watch. That's
Sure.
old school. One who flew over the cuckoo's nest. It's about a sane asylum and these people living in there. That was a great movie. All right, we got another 10 minutes.
10 minutes left.
Thank you for all the viewers that showed up.
Yeah, thank you guys. I would marry a Filipina, Dane said.
Oh yeah, Filipino smiles are the best. Yeah, if you're gonna get married, you already know. Took me 56 years. I told the judge that in traffic court. He just had the biggest smile on his face. He told me, when you find her, I want to meet her. But that was a long time ago. 30 years ago. I wonder if he's still alive. Retired judge from New York. My car caught on fire and a Japanese prosecutor tried to tell me I didn't have insurance, and the judge started yelling at them. They were going to throw the prosecutor out of the courtroom. He said, why does Mr. Drain, why did Allstate take possession of the car if he didn't have insurance on it? Obviously he had Allstate insurance. I had a couple tickets I never paid off, left to Hawaii, came back, and then they nabbed me. I don't know, I was speeding, and I had like 11 tickets. They threw them all out. And then the lady, I said, who is that judge? And the lady said, obviously he really likes you. I said, he did me a solid on that one.
Dane said, I was pulled over in Mass for doing 120 in a 50 lol. The ticket cost me Oh, $12,000?
$1,200.
$1,200.
I got a story similar to that. I was dating a Japanese Hawaiian girl. She owned a hair salon. She was running late for a special appointment at her salon, and it was in Hawaii Kai, and we lived in Pearl City. So I had a 78 Corvette, had the T-tops off, and had the speedometer pegged. I think it was pegged at 140. All of a sudden, a motorcycle cop came out of nowhere. I just said, oh man, and he caught me. He caught up to me quick. I pulled over, he said, you know, I said, I already know. Because the speedometer was bouncing. The needle was bouncing all over the place. So now I'm irritated with my girlfriend at the time. I got to court, they're calling it, we went to court in Pearl City. They called everybody in alphabetical order and they skipped over my last name. And then they said, no, you're on there. They waited for everybody to get out of the courtroom, and that judge stood up from behind the podium and said, Mr. Drain, do you realize what can happen at speeds of excess of 140 miles per hour? I think it was $2,800 fine. She's lucky. She said, you're lucky I don't suspend your license forever. That was it. I said, oh man, that was a lot of money back in the 80s. $2,800. She saved the best for last. That was it.
Blockchain asked, how old are you, Bobby? Did you say 56? Yeah.
Yes. 56.
Sue asked Dane if how old is Dane? How old is Dane?
How old are you, Dane? Redbeard. That's a pirate, right? What's another name for pirate treasure? Well, it's booty.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a lot of birds flying outside.
Yeah. The storm's not coming.
Storm?
Look at my knees. I got some big ass knees. That's the
No,
angle.
it's not.
It looks that way though, doesn't it?
It was the way, because you
Camera. Showing off my sexy knees.
sexy knees.
Sue, I'm 18. He's dyslexic. It's 81.
18.
Just kidding, bro. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. I heard that.
Sticking to it.
If you can't be good, be good at it. Is what I said.
Yeah.
Taught that one to my wife and sister-in-law. Asked Nixie, what's her definition of a gangster?
What is your definition of a gangster, Nix?
Bad guy.
That guy.
Bad guys. Damn, Blackjack, you look good for 56. I'm 48. Would have guessed you were in your 40s too.
Yeah, I feel like that's another thing. People say, oh, your age gap marriage, and I heard all these things. This is going to happen, that's going to happen. I'm just like, okay. And they were kind of trolling me, but I kind of like it. Be careful what you wish for, right?
Yeah.
So this one here, Mrs. Maturity, that's another thing you already know. Philippine women on a maturity scale, like Nick's getting the water, these two working in the fields, helping dad, and it's just they got a lot of responsibility at a young age. So I would say Isla's more mature than me because I feel sometimes like I'm 20. And sometimes I act like I don't even know.
Oh, you're a baby. Even your 18 several times over.
My goodness.
Dane, I'm a baby.
Sue's been around. Sue knows what time it is. Sue's not falling for it.
Booty or bouncy?
Booty or bouncy? Bouncy booty. Like a bouncing
I
beach
act
ball.
10 at times.
Yeah, me too. For sure. You're only as young as you feel. Age is like a number.
Yeah.
I know guys my age, I called the one guy grandpa, he wanted to go off. I said, come on. He started talking all kinds of craziness.
Kind of.
I said, I'm in a wheelchair. I said, it's gonna be funny when you gotta call, because I said, I know you're calling the police on me after I beat your ass in a wheelchair. I said, tell him you got beat up by a handicapped man. He's
Oh.
like, what?
3 minutes left, boom.
3 minutes, the countdown has begun.
Yes.
Anybody got any questions?
Before we end this.
Any advice?
Yeah.
Any statements? Taking all statements or taking,
Any advice for our channel?
yeah, any advice? What do you think about the live stream twice a
Yes.
week?
Twice a week.
And I was thinking about having like a guest star. A lot of guys in America and other countries, expats, so to speak. I was thinking about having a guest star, single female. Ask the wife, you sure you're not going to hit me with the tampo, and get irritated. I said, you got to decide. And we'll have for the single guys out there, we'll have a guest star twice a month maybe.
Night you. Dane, love the live stream. Thank you, Dane. Yeah.
All right, blockchain circles. It's been real. Yeah, it's great talking to you.
Yes.
Thanks for showing up. I appreciate the support.
Thanks, Sue.
Don't forget to like.
Yeah. Blockchain, nice talking to you, Bobby. And girls, time to go here too. Almost 3 a.m. here.
Wow,
Oh,
Ireland.
Ireland.
Wow, that's super
Thank
cool.
you.
Thank you. Say thank you.
Thank you so much for watching.
Carly, why
our
don't you have a
stream.
live stream with a panel of other people?
That's another thing I was thinking.
Yes.
Old dog, new tricks. Alex traveling abroad.
Yeah.
There's like about 5 or 6 other people, and I was thinking about sending a link so we could just have like a big group discussion with all of us on here.
Oh, what do you call that?
Charlie, I've been thinking about it. That's a great idea.
Yes.
So today's the first live stream for Bobby's Angels, the second one for Miss Nick's Vlogs. In the future, that's definitely going to happen.
Yes. Okay.
God willing.
Dane, okay, question, Miss Next. When we get married, do I have to do the dishes, lol? When next, when you get married, do I have to do the dishes?
Who's doing the dish?
When we get married, him. You answered next.
I don't know.
Hey, Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, is that easy to get an apartment?
What I did was, I went online, I was searching around.
Yeah.
I did research on the Mactan, Newtown area. And out of all the places I looked at, I said, all right, this looks like the place. Good location, me being in a wheelchair, sidewalks and everything. And they have security in the building because I got the apartment 2 or 3 months before I showed up, just to let the Angels get used to it, see what it's about, kind of go out in the neighborhood a little bit. And I found it online, was trying to coach Isla on how to deal with real estate people because they're like used car salesmen. They'll try and sell you anything. What about this? What about? So I saw this online and it looked good. You can never trust the pictures. So thank God, Isla took a trip, came to stay with her sister, lives close by. She came all the way from Niagara, stayed a couple days with her sister. And I had a list, like 6. She got to this one, I had her make videos of this place, send me the videos on Messenger, and then I looked at everything. The only thing she forgot to do was check the water pressure and flush the toilets and everything. So the water pressure is good, we got lucky. The rent was, I would say I'm paying probably $100 too much. If we would have got this thing when the pandemic was in full swing, we probably could have got it for $100 a month less. We signed I think it was
Contract?
a 6-month lease.
6, yeah.
6-month lease, and now we're just going month to month. And if something came along like a house with not a lot of roosters and dogs and stuff like that,
maybe with a wall around it see, this is like hard to find, on the side of a mountain with maybe like a view. Somebody that owns a nice house that wants it to be well taken care of while they're not here, or bought it as an investment property for the house value to go up, that would, maybe rent it, lease it to us for a year. It would take a lot for me to pick up and move somewhere else. So the best thing to do is look online, and if you have somebody here that can visually go there and inspect it and and maybe meet the owner and ask a lot of questions, that way you have something ready ahead of time. Either that or find a good motel or hotel in the town that you're interested in finding a place, and just go out there and look when you get here. Either rent a car, or having somebody drive you around is very cheap here. It's not like taxis or cabs in the United States, which are super expensive. You could get a driver in a brand new van for $80 a day for like 10 hours, and they wait for you. They'll take you everywhere you need to go. Air conditioned van.
Okay, so just be good to each other, never going to bed angry. Okay, so Charlie, watch Calvin and at Sunshine Shoulders, he occasionally has a 3-guest panel. Okay. Oh, Dane, I have seen many places in the Philippines. I think I would like Cebu most, but I know I would rather live in the country, not the city.
You have a 3-guest panel. That's what I'm planning on doing in the future, Charlie, for sure.
Yes.
All right, I've seen many places in the Philippines, and I think I would like to see the most. Oh yeah, I would definitely like to live out in the province, in the country. But the thing is, you got to think, all right, home base at first, just to make sure, because the province living is a little bit hard. Say you got brownouts and stuff. It would be a good starting point to start out in the Mactan Newtown area, just as like a jumping off place where you could like kind of go out, come back, and look around for a place. It's a good starting place.
Bobby, if I took a cab from my house to 5 miles down the road, it would cost me almost $50.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we had a driver, Darrell, I've probably seen him in some of the other videos. I think the most I ever spent in a day was like $100, and that was a 12-hour day.
Yeah.
And that's for the whole day. You had like a package for the whole day, half a day, 2 hours. So the packages vary. And like if Isla was exchanging money, he would follow her in there, almost like security.
Yes.
And I got lucky. I met him right off the plane at the airport, and like a modern van, and air conditioning worked great. Anywheres you want to go, think about it. $100 for like a 12-hour day. And his phone number and everything, we posted it. He's a really good guy, speaks good English.
Yep.
Humble, honest. You don't have to worry about him ripping you off or ripping you out. Now I know I've been talking a lot. So good live stream. Hope we all have a great day. Likewise, Charlie, you have a great day or night wherever you're at, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon.
Yes.
I would say start out in Cebu. It is easy to find a place. If you have somebody here that can visually check out the apartment before you make the decision to come over here. That way you got like a place to go, or a hotel or a motel just for like a week or two. It's easy to find a place. You just can't let the fear get in the way.
Yes.
Because, me being in a wheelchair, it's halfway around the world. It's on the other side of the planet. And get this, I go to the airport, and Isla and Nix were at the wrong spot. First they showed up a day early, which was funny, and the plane got delayed 5 days. It broke, so I was stuck in a motel
Finally, when I showed up, they were at the local, inter-island travel. So they were at the wrong part of the airport, and a guy pulled me aside. There was like 5 of them helping me. They were waiting on me hand and foot. I was like, wow, you guys are great. And all of a sudden, one guy pulls me aside and says, sir, I gotta ask you a personal question. Are you in a long distance relationship? I said, oh, here we go. I said, here it comes. I just had a big ass smile on my face. I said, yeah. I said, I already know what you're gonna say. He said, sir, please, you need to listen. I've seen this happen before. This is why I'm just like, you guys gotta be careful out there. I got super lucky. It was millions of good Filipinos. They said, she's probably not going to show up, sir. We've seen this before. A guy's hysterical, crying at the airport. They sent money. They did this. She's probably not here. I started laughing. Oh, I was laughing. I said, no, I'm not that guy. I said, I am not that guy. So then, like about 5 minutes later, they were at the wrong spot airport. They were for like inter-island travel. Bam, and there's Isla and Nick over here. And I said, see, I told you.
Oh.
But they witnessed people flying all the way around the other side of the globe get here. They had a relationship with the girl online, and the girl stood him up at the airport or never showed up. Then another guy I know, the Filipino lady was so shy. She didn't show up to 2 or 3 days later, and everything worked out fine. But she was so shy, she couldn't bring herself to go to the airport. She like chickened out. I was like, wow. So anything can happen. You have to be careful online. I was there for 5 months in May and rented a condo across from Ayala for $17K. And just returned to Brooklyn. Hey, Brooklyn, all right. Crooklyn in the house. Not just kidding. That's her. I got some Italian friends over there. Brooklyn. A week ago. We returned in March. Cool. Charlie, you said you stayed in Alex. So he was in another good spot. That's where we met Alex over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The difference between IT Park
Yeah.
and Mactan Newtown. What's the difference between IT Park?
Yeah, Charlie, if you liked it over there, you should give Mactan Newtown a shot.
Yeah.
And see what
There's
you
a lot
think.
of beaches here in Mactan Newtown. While in like IT Park.
You're more inland, right?
Hmm?
The beaches aren't close, right?
In the IT Park?
Yeah.
Yes. But here like there's a lot of beaches
A
in
lot of beaches and stuff to see.
Yeah. I was there for 5 months
that's
in May and
complicated.
rented. Okay.
5 months, that's cool.
I know.
That's the way to do it.
Here. I dated a girl from Singapore. We're dating almost 4 years and she has been here in Florida with me 3 times a year for a few months each. But after she graduated, she cheated on me.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
Skylex Condo Business Park. Where is that?
I think that I heard living abroad mentioned Kylex. I think I heard that word. I think I know where that's at, Charlie. Brooklyn. That's super cool. Brooklyn in the house. I gotta take you to Brooklyn when we go back to the United States.
Yeah.
It's in New York. It's a cool place. Good restaurants. It's super cool.
Yes. That's all.
Any more questions? Woo, got the AC on in the other room.
That's all I can hear.
Starting to get to the economy, sweating. Thank you everybody for showing
Thank
up.
you, yes.
Spread the word far and wide. Anybody's got any questions? You know what? If somebody ever wanted me to go look at a place, or
Yeah.
maybe if you got a girl over here kind of
put the investigators' services to work for them. Find out what's going on. Yeah, like that girl from Singapore. I'm sorry to hear that, Dane. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Yeah, the AC, right? That's the thing, Isla was saying, why are you doing this to yourself? Just turn on the AC. I said, the AC makes you weak, so you get so accustomed to that AC. It's better to come here, start out with the AC blasting or whatever you're used to get that humidity down, and gradually reduce it, because you're gonna be in for a shocker when you go outside and you're so used to that AC, it'll smoke your boots. You'll go outside and be like, oh, I'm gonna go back inside. So that's what I did. I started out with it ice cold and just started gradually reducing it, and then picked a day where it wasn't 1,000,000 degrees outside and went outside. And I was surprised, like, wow, it's not that bad out.
Yeah.
I could breathe.
We didn't turn on the AC here because it's so noisy.
Put this question up. Yes, I'm the son of Italian immigrants. Brooklyn strong, all right.
Miss Next,
Brooklyn in the house.
She wants me to sing to her, lol. Yes,
Paisan, we got a Paisan in the house.
Italian immigrants. Brooklyn
Excellent.
strong.
Charlie, you just made my day.
My dad told me, son, you will get used to the heat here in Florida after a couple years. Dad lied.
Yeah, it depends on the person.
It's hot in Florida.
It's like training. Oh man, I lived all over Florida. Back then, this is before the accident. You have to train your body. They say your blood gets thinner. I really don't believe that at all. It's your basically your cardio in your lungs. You have to discipline yourself and reduce. Like, say if you have it on 66, well, okay, for a week you do 67, and then for another week you go to 65, and it's just like anything else. You got to gradually get your body used to it. When I was in a nursing home, they thought I was crazy. Before the pandemic hit, I used to open up the window and close the door to the air conditioner in an outside hallway, and I had an air conditioner unit, a heater, and an air conditioner unit on the exterior wall of my room. I had a private room in a nursing home, right by the nurses station. They all like to hang out in the room, and they would hide from the manager in my room. It was funny because everybody was scared of the manager. So they were like, "What are you doing?" And I'd say, "Philippine jungle training." And I'd be in there sweating bullets because I didn't think a pandemic was going to hit. So then I get out of there, right? I go to this apartment, I'm over there by myself, pandemic, full swing. I used to cook in there and be sweating bullets in the bed just to get ready for the trip. You got to get your body used to it, because if you just stay in that AC and then all of a sudden one day pop out like the gingerbread man, all of a sudden you're out there in that Philippine heat, you could just fall out. I mean, the humidity is, I think it's my physical thing that's going on with me. I would say it's identical to Florida. It's a different kind of humidity. I know that sounds strange. Like the sun, I had a really good suntan in California and San Diego. And then I went to Oahu, where Waikiki's at. I got sun poisoning in 3 days, and I was dark as, you wouldn't even believe how dark I was. The sun is different parts of the equator, and I thought I had it down, but that sun in Hawaii ate me alive. So you got to gradually condition your body, and certain types of fish that prevent sunburns, your diet. The Hawaiians turned me on to it. They said if you eat a lot of this certain type of fish, your skin won't burn. And sure enough, they were right.
Nick's just a beautiful singing voice. Can she sing something?
Nick's is like Starbucks. He's thinking about something. My mom was not far from me. She still can't. Some people
can never get used to it. All right, Paisan.
Pies.
Yeah, look me up. We'll hang out. We'll go out to dinner. Do like a day trip. We'll go somewhere and check it out. Most definitely. If I get overheated, yeah, that sick feeling. We went to the Mactan Shrine the other day, and I don't really drink too much. I drank I guess a 40-ounce Red Horse on an empty stomach, and I was over there trying to mess around with the drone. I had so much sweat coming down my eyes. My eyes are burning. I couldn't see anything. The glasses were fogging up. And I'm sitting over there. I said, Isla, if I fall out of the wheelchair and I start to gasp for air, just hold me when I die. That was it. I felt like, I kept saying, am I melting? I felt like a piece of wax. It was hot. It turns out it was one of the hottest days of the year I picked to go out. We went right over there to the Mactan Shrine. I don't know, I said, forget the drone thing. He started asking me all these questions, said I was in a no-fly zone. There's ways to get around that. I'm trying to figure that out. I just said, you know what? I'm done with the drone. So we packed it in for the day. I feel like saying
Want to sing next?
I'm hungry.
Just bust it out if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, I never told you, Bobby, I can't get overheated. I only have 3 layers of skin.
I'm moving a few lines. That's good about Mactan. Yeah, that's good about Mactan and IT Park. SPF protection.
Yeah, that's the 2 places I would recommend. I'm moving a few months. What's good about Mactan and IT Park? What's good about the IT Park? It's close to everything. It's got a little bit traffic. I guess Mactan Newtown has a little bit of traffic once you get out of here in the surrounding area. I think it's just about convenience. And then you got security at the gate, and it's like newer buildings. It's just it's kind of like you're like in a bubble. Like if you watch Sunshine Shoulders, he was talking about Mactan, Newtown, and you basically, not that you don't want to leave, but just say you're not feeling good or you don't feel like going. There's a bunch of restaurants around here. To get a cab is really easy. And what do you call it? If you're going to do the public transportation, jeepney, that's at like both ends of the street. They can't come down the street, but they're at the end behind me, the end at that side. It's just convenience. I would say convenience. And you'll see a lot of expats. You got to be careful with the expats because there's a lot of stuff. I don't want to say nothing bad about anybody, but that's just anywhere as you go in the world. You just got to be careful.
Okay, boo. It's 11:20, boo.
Yeah, the sunblock for sure.
Sunblock.
We'll sing it today. Or next time.
Next time.
All right. Miss Nick said she'll bust out and sing next time. I think she's tired. She was up studying all night. I know what's going to happen when the camera cuts off. Somebody's going straight downstairs to Starbucks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to end the live stream. It's been real. Hey, thank you for showing up with the support, the great comments. Everybody have a great night or a great day, depending on where you're at. And God bless you all.
Yes.
And until next time, like they said,
like Arnold said, I will be back.
Oh, Debo.
Hang loose, everybody.
Yeah, have a great. Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you, everyone.